All right, welcome everyone. I'd like to call this meeting to order for the Corporation of the Township of Puslinch on September 22nd, 2021. And I'll start with roll call. I did not ask who goes first. I believe Matthew's last, so that would put Councillor Goyda as first. Is that correct?
Yep, and I'm present.
Okay, Councillor Spoulos.
Present.
Councillor Bailey.
Present.
And Councillor Bulmer.
Present.
All right, we'll start our moment of reflection. All right, that concludes our moment of reflection. Ms. White-Fox, could you read the resolution for confirmation of the agenda, please?
Certainly. The council approves the September 22nd, 2021 agenda and addendum as circulated, and the council approves the addition to the agenda as follows. Item 7.2, delegation by Dan Kennedy regarding item 9.4.2, report PD 2021-002, site plan agreement for the Morrison Medical Center.
Can I get a mover for that, please?
I'll move.
Councillor Spoulos, seconded by Councillor Goyda.
Sure.
Sure. All in favor, Councillor Goyda.
In favor.
Councillor Spoulos.
In favor.
Councillor Bailey.
In favor.
Councillor Bulmer.
In favor.
Excellent. Do you have any disclosure of pecuniary interest today?
I do.
Councillor Goyda.
Item 9.4.1, the partial release agreement for Diodoro Enterprises. This agreement is in relation to a property where the company that I am employed has a contract to build, so I will not take part.
Thank you. Anything further? Okay. Ms. White-Fox, we were considering changing the order of today's meeting. Would you be able to, just for council's indulgence, give the recommendation for today, just for the people that are waiting in the gallery, please?
Certainly. So we have the two delegations that are up first, starting at 10:05, and they both relate to the same report, PD 2021-002. So just depending on how council wants to handle that, if they want to bring that report forward and deal with it at the same time as the delegations. And then we also have Matthew Obby here from Obs and Mugs, just to present the signage master plan phase 2. So he's in the gallery if he could go a little bit sooner with council's approval. And then likewise, we have our county planning staff here to talk about the home industry report. So if they could also be shuffled up, just to have those three items kind of dealt with as we have attendees in the gallery.
Is council okay with that? Yeah, see nods. Matthew? You're okay? And we'll discuss whether we do the Morrison Medical Clinic after the delegation completes. How much time do we have? Is our delegate in the gallery right now, Ms. White-Fox?
Yes, I believe they're all here. I can move them over whenever you're ready.
Sure, it's 10:03, 10:04 now on my phone, so. Welcome, Pooja. I don't know if you can hear me. You're still
Good morning. Good morning, Mayor Seeley.
Good morning. Good morning. Nice to hear your voice again.
Yes, I can turn on my camera if that's okay.
Oh, I'd appreciate that, actually.
Okay.
It's a little more personal. Oh, you have a sidekick. That's amazing.
Yes, we're gonna do our best.
Excellent.
We're gonna do our best.
Okay. And there's Manu. Just wait for him to connect. Oh, we have a full house. Oh, where'd he go? There he is.
Good morning, Mayor Steely. Good morning.
Good morning. Nice to
I'm
see
doing
you.
well. How
I'm doing well. Who's going to be presenting today? We're taking the lead.
are you? My wife and I were hoping we could divide and conquer.
The floor is yours.
Thank you so much. My name is Manu Kaushik.
And good morning. My name is Pooja Kaushik, and we're very grateful for this opportunity to describe our vision for the vacant land on Highway 6 in Telford Glen. We're both family physicians currently practicing in the south end of Guelph.
And first of all, I'd like to apologize. I'm currently at Hamilton General Hospital, as you can probably tell I'm in the car, attending to a personal urgent matter. So I apologize for that. But I've been able to step away to attend this meeting.
And I'm at home with our 7-month-old, so we're gonna do our best. He was supposed to be napping right now, but that didn't happen.
So thank you for giving us an opportunity to speak. I've grown up in Morriston. I've lived in Morriston for almost 20 years. And I've always felt that there was a lack of medical facilities in our village. My goal for myself was not just to become a physician, but I always wanted to serve my community in some way. And I've been quite fortunate that Pooja also shares this vision. And with that goal in mind, we're very much hoping and anticipating to be able to serve our community through the Morriston Medical Center at the corner of Telford Glen and Highway 6 South.
This project is not only our dream, but it's also become the dream of our chief architect, Mr. Mike Trussell, who's here in the meeting as well. And he's guided us every step of the way throughout this process. In terms of the Morriston Medical Center, we are the sole force behind it. We're not being funded by any public resources. And because of this, we have a very humble vision of a 5,000 square feet family physician office, out of which maximum of 4 physicians can practice. Our current practices, as I mentioned, are in Guelph, but our patients, they live in communities all around Guelph, and they will be joining us here at the Morriston Medical Center. Is that we serve patients from Morriston as well as from around Morriston.
And this would be phase 1 of our project. Ultimately, over time, if it's possible, we would like to establish phase 2, and as the area grows, bring in more medical facilities to our community. Thus far, I think we've tried to do our best to meet the requirements of the township, and we would sincerely like to thank all the staff, and as well as all of you council members for your support. I'm sure Mayor Sealy and Councilmember Sepulus will recall all the frantic phone calls we've had over the past month. So thank you very much. Mr. Trussell, our chief architect, and Ms. Julia Salvini, our traffic engineer, our transportation engineer, are also present in this meeting, I think, and we would be happy to answer any questions the council may have. And thank you again for giving us an opportunity to be present and share our humble vision with you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you for the presentation. I'll open up to council if they have any clarification or have any questions. Councillor Goyda.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to say, first of all, good morning and thanks for coming and presenting today. I have to say that I admire your vision, and I agree that having a local medical facility would be a wonderful addition to our community. I have just a couple of questions that would probably be more suited for the consultant to deal with the traffic brief. And I'm not sure who the appropriate person is to speak to that. Okay.
I think it'd be Miss Julia Salvini,
Okay.
Councillor Goyda.
Okay. In the traffic brief that was provided, I read through it, and it talks about traffic patterns that were observed at the time of that study, and that those traffic patterns weren't typical because of the COVID restrictions that were in place. And I just would like to better understand how that, I guess, anomaly of the time was incorporated into the future total traffic condition predictions.
Councillor
The
Goyda.
predictions for future traffic.
Councillor Goyda, can I interject? Sorry.
Yeah.
Why don't we keep the focus just on the delegate, and then likely we'll just deal with the matter later in the agenda right away. So then and we can
I'm
keep.
fine with that either way. I just wasn't sure if part of the delegation, will the consultants be able to answer questions during that time?
Are you available, Julia? Yes. Okay.
Then that's
Let's do
perfect.
that.
Thanks.
Thanks. Sorry, Councillor. Councillor Sapoulis.
Yes, I don't have any concerns with the building, and again, I thank Mr. and Mrs. Kolchak for seeing a vision, as Councillor Boyd said, and helping out the township by providing additional medical facilities. My only concern is the concerns of the residents of Telford Glen with respect to the traffic patterns. So if we can get a presentation by the traffic consultant, it'd be appreciated to understand the calculations involved and to try to allay any concerns that the area residents might have by the additional traffic that this development might generate.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Sapoulis. Councillor Bailey.
Thank you. Yeah, I echo the sort of the excitement of bringing services to the residents of Putzlynch. I know all of us have to go outside the township to get medical care, so this would be a great service that could come to the township. I had more of a question around the, I guess, for architecture. So I don't know if we want to ask my question later or if now is appropriate.
As long as Michael's available as well, after we hear from the next delegate, we'll move up the Morrison Medical Clinic and do it right away. And then if you're available, I'd prefer that. Michael, yeah, I see a nod in your head. So I don't believe it'll be long, probably, 10, 20 minutes after you've completed. Okay. Anything further, Councillor Bailey?
No.
Okay, Councillor Balmer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you so much for your interest in making such a huge investment in our community. That's great. We really appreciate that. I believe we're talking about the southwest corner of 6 and Telford Glen, correct?
Sorry, that is correct.
No.
Northwest.
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 Oh, northwest. That's right.
Okay, so this is the site that at one time was proposed and approved to be model homes, a location for a bunch of model homes for a modular home construction.
That is correct. I believe in 2008,
Yes.
per my due diligence when we were looking at this property.
Yeah, so this in many ways is an enhancement from what might have been there before. Not that that would have been a bad thing, but this certainly has a significant community benefit as well. And maybe you correct me if I'm wrong, but at one time I believe there was a traffic study done at that time and to put the zoning in place as well for that, was it not?
I'm afraid I don't know that, Councilmember Bulmer. That's something I'm not aware of. But I do believe that there was a zoning change that was done prior to us acquiring this property.
Right.
And that zoning change allowed this size of a medical facility. The previous zoning did not allow anything bigger than 2,400 square feet. And the zoning change requires that the minimum story height of any building be at least 2 stories, for which we applied for a minor variance. So we were actually proposing something smaller than the zoning allows for.
Right.
For the very reason, I live across the street. I live on Curry Drive. I know the traffic very well for the past 19 years.
And thank you for bringing that forward. That was just want to make sure I had the understanding correctly there, that the previous zoning was based on a larger building than you're proposing. More interior square footage, may not be more square footage overall, but in terms of on the land, but interior square footage and capacity would have been greater with what was approved before compared to what you're proposing now, or even what you're proposing to expand to in the future.
Correct.
Yeah, okay, so that makes sense. The last question, I guess, I noted from the minutes of when you made a presentation to our Planning and Development Advisory Committee, some notes about you were seeking some clarification and sign off on the design guidelines, and it was suggested that should come to council for approval or sign off. But I didn't notice anything on the agenda today regarding the design guidelines. Is that something else you'd be looking for today, is sort of a sign off from council on the design guidelines component?
I'm afraid I have no idea how that works, Councilmember
Okay.
Blomer.
Neither do I.
I'll stick to medicine and I'll leave that technical answer to the professionals. I'm afraid I don't know how to answer that question.
Councillor
Maybe I
Spills,
can
did
ask
you have
staff,
anything
is
you
that-
could add? Oh, sorry. Councillor Bowman.
The PDAC committee reviewed the building and facilities. We looked at it. We made general comments, things like removing snow storage from the side of the building, moving it around the back. Making sure that there's a sidewalk provision in the future if and when there's a sidewalk put along Telfer Glen, things of that nature. So we looked at the landscaping, and based on what we could see, there really wasn't anything of major concern. The only concern would be is if when staff review it, if they have any out of the general comments. My understanding is our landscape consultant did look at it and didn't have any concerns. So I don't have any concerns in that regard.
I think what Councillor
Maybe-
Balmer is maybe getting at is the phase 2 would have more design guideline implemented in the sense of fitting into the typical buildings that are there. Is that the direction you're kind of wondering about, Councillor Balmer? Because
No.
this is, okay, because I know phase 2 would be fronting onto Brock Road. There's a separate set of rules for the design guidelines. So I thought maybe that was your question line.
No, I was looking in the minutes of that PDAC meeting. It was very clear that I guess they reviewed the application in context of the design guidelines, and it appeared from the minutes that the applicant was looking for some clarification or sign off from that committee, and the chair of the committee in the minutes, it was recorded that said that had to be done at council. So they couldn't do it at that meeting. So I was just wondering.
Well,
What form-
I think Councilor Bowman, the issue was, I believe he was asking for site plan approval at that meeting, and we could not give that at that meeting.
Then, okay, we might want to clarify that in the minutes then, because okay, then that's fine. I don't have an issue with the committee signing off on the design guidelines, because they're just guidelines. I just was concerned that the record suggested that we were supposed to provide something like that today. And I didn't want to hold them up any farther because they were concerned about the additional
Councilor Bowman,
weight.
the issue was with the fact that normally staff approve the site plan agreement. And there were specific comments raised by residents that there will be an increase in traffic. And the concern was that, well, if this is going to be approved by staff, how can we provide our input? So I indicated at the meeting that I asked staff, can we have this specifically taken to council so that the local residents have the opportunity to provide the input? Otherwise, this would have been done at a staff level, and we wouldn't have seen it other than being advised that it's there.
Yeah,
Okay.
well, I have no issues otherwise. I have no issues overall, generally. I support it.
When we adopt the minutes, we can make the recommendation that they be adjusted if that's pertinent. Okay, thank you, Pooja Manu. We're going to
Thank you very
have
much.
our other delegation.
Thank
If you can stay in the gallery for the discussion, that would be great. I would say maybe by 10:30, 20 to 11, we'll revisit your section 9, whatever it is, 942. Okay. Thank you. Oh, Councillor Spools.
Yeah, no, I believe there was a delegate that we accepted to come.
Yeah, we're doing the next
Are we
delegate.
doing that now? Okay,
But I
thank
want these guys moved into the gallery, and then I'll move the new delegate
you.
in.
Okay, thank you.
So I guess I need Ms. White Fox, can one resolution receive all the delegates, or does it have to be separate resolutions for each delegation?
I have a separate resolution, so it's just to receive this delegation for information.
Thank you. Can I get a mover for that, please?
I'll move.
Councillor Bailey, seconded by Councillor Goida. All in favor? Councillor Goida,
In favor.
Councillor Spoulos,
In favor.
Councillor Bailey,
In favor.
Councillor Balmer.
In favor.
All right, that's carried. I'll just wait for Ms. White Fox to move everybody over. Welcome, Dan. You're muted, sir. Just wait for you to find your mute button.
There we go. Can you hear me now?
Loud and
Morning.
clear.
Okay.
Okay. Whenever you're ready, the floor is yours.
Okay. Good morning, Mr. Mayor, Plus Lynch councilors. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to talk about this. I've sent in a PowerPoint presentation to Courtney, and hopefully, let's see if I can get a full screen here. Hopefully she can show it as I'm talking about it. I just,
Sorry, Dan, did you want me to share my screen with the presentation then? I can do that.
yes, if you could, unless they have it in front of them.
No, I can do that. Just give me one moment.
Thank you. So if you could go to the second slide, I guess, Courtney. First off, I'd just like to say that I think this is a fantastic opportunity for Morriston and Plus Lynch to have this medical center here. I think it's a great addition to our community. And being senior citizens, my wife and I, it's a fantastic thing to have doctors or a medical center so close to us. However, the traffic on number 6 South has greatly increased over the past few years. I've been here for 20 years now, and it's getting worse and worse to try and make a left-hand turn out of here. It's, you know, unless you're a very aggressive driver, you're going to sit there for a long time trying to get out. You actually need to look for an opportunity from traffic coming from the north to get out, and regardless of what's coming at you from the south, you just have to get out in the left-hand turning lane for the northbound traffic, and hopefully nobody's screaming down there. I remember I walked this neighborhood twice a day to get some exercise. I walked both neighborhoods actually, and I do remember when the traffic study was being done, because I seen the person out there doing it. It was done during COVID. I mean, most everybody in my neighborhood here was working from home. Kids weren't in school. A lot of people weren't working. So, I mean, you could put a blindfold on and get across number 6 almost, but it's a totally different story out there today. The medical center, if there's going to be 4 doctors in there, plus a potential pharmacy, I've heard, then I mean that's going to need a certain amount of traffic, and if they're bringing their customers from Guelph out here, that means they're going to be trying to turn left to go back to Guelph, and that's going to create more frustration for the residents here. The intersection itself, it's not well maintained by the MTO, which is, I'm going to talk about that on the next slide. It's you know, a day like today, there'll be small lakes down there that you can almost name. The water doesn't run off right. Courtney, could you go to slide 2, please? And you know, yes, we can go around to, you know, go down to Settlers and come up on Kelfast and come out of the light. However, that's a gravel road. I have a classic car that I just spent $13,000 on the paint job, and you know, I will not drive on gravel. We just won't. There's a lot of us have classic cars down here, and we, you know, going down Kelfast is not an option. I personally won't even drive my daily driver down a gravel road. If I wanted to live on a gravel road, I would have built a house there. Traffic speeds now today, they're crazy. We don't seem to be getting the enforcement here that I would have thought we would get. Trucks are going faster through. It's just not safe. And we have there's a lot of people that work in North American construction over on Curry. You'll see it in the morning. There's a lot of them coming from the north, and they're turning left. So that takes away your opportunity to get out into that left turn lane if you're heading towards Guelph. And I know, the Morriston bypass will definitely help the situation down the road. Whether it's ever going to happen, I don't know. Once I start to see a new bridge going across number 6 there on the 401, then maybe I'll start to believe it. Could I have the next slide? And, construction on the site is definitely going to take a lot of work. And it's, that's going to create more people here for that time frame that, don't know how to turn left onto number 6. Next slide. So I just put in a couple of slides here, bear with me. There's been some work done. I keep getting after the MTO, and fortunately the guy called me on his cell phone, so now I have that number. So I'm continuously texting him every week to come down and fix the end of this intersection. And they'll come down when I call, and they'll sweep away the gravel. In the picture there, it represents after 3 days of them cleaning up the intersection. And it's starting to get very annoying. They done some work here a few years ago. They regraded the shoulder of this road. And every time it rains, it pushes it all back out. Plus the big trucks, they park there, they'll walk down to Picard's, and then they're stirring up that gravel, which ends up coming out onto here. Very dangerous for motorcycles. My friend just came in last weekend on his Harley, and he just about wiped out because it's just like driving on marbles going across there. Next slide. And like I said, now they've got it graded in such a way that we're getting large pools of water there that will last for a few days. Next slide. This is an example here, a left-hand turning vehicle. They don't leave enough room for anybody that wants to do a right turn. And that's just yesterday morning. We didn't get much rain the night before, but you can see the puddles there just in that little bit of rain that we got yesterday. I don't like to go over on the shoulder to turn right because every day when I go for my walk, I'm picking up debris from accidents or whatever. I'm finding screws, nails, sharp objects. Plus the puddle is usually a lot larger every day. Next slide. And now the new vet clinic on the other corner, they were turned down for a driveway a couple of years ago, but now I see some engineer stakes out here, and I remember they had a surveying company out here during the summer, and they've just put in a new parking lot, so I know they're going to be coming and asking for a driveway in off Telfer Glen as well, and that's going to once again increase more traffic from their staff, which they have quite a few there, and their staff plus customers. Next slide. So I just want to mention, Telfer Glen and Settlers have been residential streets, as long as I've been here. There's going to be a definite increase in traffic. I would think 4 doctors and a medical center. They're going to probably have cars coming in every 2-3 minutes to make it a viable business. There's going to be future development down the road. And, if they would pave Kelfas from Settlers to the light, that would be a big help. It would probably eliminate, because everybody would go to the light in Morriston. Or add a stoplight if that's possible, and just put a stoplight in like the one in Morriston, which is an on-demand stoplight. So unless there's somebody there, it's not going to turn red. And I'd just like to say thank you for reviewing.
Hey, thank you, Dan. Where do we start? Councillor Goyda.
Thanks. Thanks for coming today. I actually had read in the report that there had been some concerns raised, but I didn't see anything on our agenda. So I was wondering what the concerns were. So I'm glad that you came and presented to us today. I don't really have any questions. At this point, I do have some questions for the consultant regarding the traffic, and hopefully that will clarify some of the concerns that you have raised today. So thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Spools.
Thanks, Dan, for your presentations. Very thoughtful and considered, as always. I don't have any specific questions. I think you laid it all quite well. The only question I've got is for our staff. Is it appropriate, Mr. Chair, if I ask a question of staff with respect to this intersection?
Since
You're
you pose it
muted,
to
Mr.
staff.
Mayor. I can't hear you.
I didn't say anything. I was waiting for staff, but I'd prefer, we're going to deal with the intersection and the development next. So if your question could wait until then, but I'll let,
It can wait.
okay, thank you. Councillor Bailey?
Thanks, Dan, for coming today and yeah, being clear with some of the concerns that are there. I see a lot of similarity to anyone pulling out of the change of pace parking lot, out of Picard's. So all down there, it is just generally a tight place. So anyway, I don't have any questions for you, but appreciate you coming today.
Thank you.
Councillor Bulmer?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Kennedy, for a very well thoughtful and you know it's helpful to hear from the people who actually live it daily to put some of these things in context. I guess my questions would be: we're looking at a property that has the appropriate zoning for the use. It's been through a minor variance to adjust the use to be slightly smaller in scale. And I believe we're at the stage now where we're looking to firm up the development agreement and move along. And I'm just trying to figure out from your presentation what kind of recommendations or suggestions you might have that I'm not sure how I can address your concerns through the development agreement process. Do you have any suggestions as to how we could put those obligations? That's where I'm struggling with. I understand your concerns, but I just don't know at the point we are in the process how to fit them into making the proponent responsible for those concerns or addressing those concerns.
That's for you, Mr. Kennedy.
Oh, sorry. One of the thoughts I mentioned, you know, but it's a huge dollar, would be to pave from Settlers to the stoplight in Morriston, and then at the end of Telfer, you could say right-hand turns only, so nobody could turn left. I was kind of hoping that they would have got access off of number 6. If the Morriston bypass is going to happen, then the traffic would be greatly reduced, and I can't see why they can't be giving access off of number 6, because there wouldn't be much traffic. But currently, I doubt if the MTO would even entertain the idea of anybody going in there off of number 6, or adding another driveway along that road. Other than banning left-hand turns, I really don't know how we fix this, which is going to drive people to go down to the stoplight in Morriston, turn left, go down to Victoria Road if you're going into Guelph, which is, you know, considerably out of the way. Personally, if I can't get out onto number 6 anymore and I was going to go to Guelph, I'll just go to Kitchener or go down to Waterdown and take my business there, because, you know, it's just not worth the frustration sometimes to get out. When I was coming home from a car show on Sunday, I was coming in from Hamilton, and I was 2 full minutes waiting to make a left-hand turn onto Telfer off of number 6. Nobody would let me out. The 401 was in a state of chaos, and everybody was getting off the 401 that was going eastbound to Toronto, and they were heading down to turn left at the stoplight. So other than banning left-hand turns and things like that, I really don't have any suggestions. Sorry.
Okay, thank you. That is helpful, because it helps me realize that it clarifies that really what everything you're talking about is not something we can put on the people who are developing the property, but you're looking at things that the municipality or the MTO or the future road authority for the Highway 6, those things that they need to do to facilitate this development, as opposed to suggesting that the people that are developing it take on these responsibilities then.
Yeah, I would tend to agree. I mean, as we all say to ourselves out here, I've talked to a few neighbors, it's not a matter of, how do you say it? We all think we will get in an accident out here one day. It's just a matter of when. It's really bad. A proper traffic study should be done in today's environment, or do it on a Friday. Fridays are horrendous to ever try and get out.
All right.
And is the Morriston bypass going to happen? Who knows?
Okay. All right. Well, Dan, I appreciate your delegation. One thing, I know paving CalFast seems to be one of the preferred options, but I don't know how often you use that light. But if you were waiting 2 minutes at Telford Glen, that would be faster than waiting for the light down at CalFast and Badnock. I've sat
But
there. The way they have it is every time a car goes through the magnets, it resets the timer until it hits the infinite, whatever they've
Correct.
set it at, and the wait is forever. But
I know I push the button every day on my walk just
Yeah.
to slow traffic down.
I think Councillor Ballmer's correct. There's maybe going to be some engagement and some discussion around that with the MTO immediately preceding your delegation, and I encourage you to just wait around in the gallery for that. Okay.
Okay, thank you very much.
Perfect. No problem. Thank you for your presentation. Ms. White Fox, the resolution, please.
The council receives a delegation by Dan Kennedy regarding report PD 2021-002 site plan agreement for Morriston Medical Center for information.
Okay, I'm going to move her for that, please. Councillor Spillis, seconder. Councillor Goida, because I'm going to come to you anyways.
Yep.
Okay, all in favor. Councillor Goida.
In favor.
Councillor Spillis.
In favor.
Councillor Bailey.
In favor?
And Councillor Ballmer.
In favor.
All right, so we're going to do 942 next. Once Ms. White Fox moves everybody over. So council, most of our concerns are around the traffic and the intersection. So just be pertinent to bring over their consultant dealing with the traffic. And if there happens to be questions around the design and the architecture, then we'll move in the other individual. Excuse me, the other individual. Is that satisfactory? Seeing some heads nod, we can adjust. Julia, I will say this is a little abstract, so I would appreciate that you don't interject unless somebody asks you a direct question, please. I'm just to make it a little more efficient, I've moved you in. And let me get the right report. Is anybody presenting this, Miss White Fox, from staff?
Yes, so Ms. Banks is here in the gallery, so I can move her over as well if there's any questions. She's been working on this file since the beginning.
Okay, yeah, we'll move her over and have her give a little synopsis and then open up to council. Let's wait for Ms. Bank. There she is. She unmuted herself.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor and members of council. As you have seen in your agenda, this report is regarding the site plan agreement for the corner of Telford Glen Road and Highway 6. We have been through a minor variance with this application, and it was approved for a one-story, which the land is owned CMU. CMU allows for a minimum of a two-story height building. The minor variance permitted the owners to reduce the height of the building to one story. It's core mixed use, the north, northeast, and east. Lands are agricultural to the west, and to the south and southeast, the properties are urban residential. We have had several circulations with the township's consultants and with the county planners regarding this. The NTO was involved. In the report, you can see that the approvals were received, that Conservation Halton does not require a permit for this property. The MTO did require a building and land use permit, which the owners have acquired. They're also required to get a permit for a sign, but as my understanding in an email with Mr. Trussell, that the owners will not be doing that until a later date, and they will be applying for the permit then. Also, the MTO did review the traffic brief that was provided by the owner's consultant, and they do agree with the recommendations in the report that it can move forward without any improvements at the moment being required.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Banks.
You're welcome.
I think it's the first time you've presented to us that I recall.
I did once in Chambers, and this is my first virtual, so I must admit I'm a little nervous.
Yeah. It's all right, we'll make you comfortable.
Thank you.
If anybody's hard on you, I'll go hard on them. Okay. I promise.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Goyda.
Thank you. So I do have a couple of questions for the consultant, Julia. And the first question, which I already posed, was in regards to the traffic patterns that were observed during the time of lockdowns and restrictions due to COVID. And so how, when you're looking at future traffic predictions, how was that incorporated into those predictions?
So if I could answer through you, Mr. Chair. We did look at that. Unfortunately, when we did this traffic study back in February, the Ministry of Transportation didn't have any traffic data, historical or otherwise, at this intersection that we could rely on. So they asked us to go and do a traffic count at that time. And we discussed with them what the traffic volumes were like in this area. I mean, I'm doing work all over Southwestern Ontario. We know that back in February, traffic volumes were depressed by sort of 10 to 20% relative to pre-COVID levels. And I was able to confirm with the ministry that that has been their experience as well in these types of communities across the province. And so we went ahead with the assessment based on the volumes that we collected back in February. But what we found in the primary purpose of our assessment was to look at whether or not the traffic volumes at the intersection of Telford Glen and Currie with Highway 6 would warrant traffic signals. And we went ahead with the assessment, and we are nowhere near. The volumes are far too low to meet the warrant criteria that the ministry establishes for traffic signals. It's below 25% of the threshold. And so what we determined was, even if we were to bump those volumes up by 10 to 20%, we weren't going to get anywhere close to meeting the criteria that the ministry has established for traffic signals. So that's how we dealt with it.
Okay, that actually helps a lot. In terms of the calculations that were used for the traffic generation estimates, it says 14 trips in the AM and 17 trips in the PM is an estimate, but I don't exactly understand how those numbers were calculated. So I guess realistically what I'm asking is that a realistic expectation of the actual traffic that will be coming in and out of that facility based on 4 family physicians as well as a pharmacy?
Thank you for the question again through you, Mr. Mayor. We rely in these cases on data, what I call industry standard data that's compiled by our sort of professional information sharing body called the Institute of Transportation Engineers, and it's an international organization. And we all share our data with the organization. It published a manual, several thousand pages, that catalogs all of this data. And so I relied on information in that manual to give guidance for this type of land use as to what the traffic generation would be. So I would say, yes, that data is quite firm. It's not a one-off count or anything like that. It's based on a pool of data from all over the world, in fact, but that data tends to be very sort of suburban centric, fixed on places where people tend to drive. So what we typically do is we would adjust that data in places where we think people are more likely to walk. So the data, the 14 to 17 trips is highly representative, I would say, of what we can expect. And that's measured in 2 directions, in and out, over the course of an hour.
Okay. Okay. And then I also just had a couple clarification questions, I think probably for staff. So this report is suggesting that the MTO agrees that the development does not require traffic signals. If it were to say something else, that it does require traffic signals, who would bear the expense of that, of installing those traffic signals? Would it be MTO? Would it be the proponent? Would it be the municipality? Who would be responsible for paying for that?
Based on the experience that I've seen, it can vary. Usually, the primary thing that I've encountered is that the ministry will bear the majority of the cost, but they will, depending on the level of contribution of the overall traffic, sometimes what they require is the proponent contributes a proportionate share of the overall cost. But it's usually done on a case-by-case basis, so I can't give you a firm answer on that. But the ministry will determine that, and if a significant portion of this is coming from a specific development, they will often put a portion of the cost on the proponent.
Okay, and then just a follow-up to that. So right now they're in agreement that it's not required, but if once this facility goes in, it is determined that a traffic light is required, would that change who would bear the cost of that? Or is that similar? It would be a case-by-case situation.
Perhaps the consultant could speak to that in terms of after the fact, but my experience has been it's pretty much the same. They'll look at what are the major contributing flows, and if it's directly attributable to 1 or 2 locations, then they have a more of a course of action to take with the cost sharing. But perhaps the consultant could speak to that a little bit more.
If that's okay, Mr. Mayor, I don't have much
Yes.
to add. I think I would echo Glenn's comment that I think they really do assess these things on a case-by-case basis. And likely they would bring all the stakeholders to the table and have a discussion and figure out what the best way forward is.
Okay, but I guess what I'm really getting at is there's nothing stopping, traffic lights could still be installed there in the future if there's a need warranted for it, correct? Yeah, okay. Okay, and then my last question is again for staff. Our delegate indicated that there has been ongoing concerns with the poor maintenance of the intersection at Telfer Glen and Highway 6. And I'm wondering if there's anything staff can recommend that we can advocate to the MTO to get perhaps a more permanent and proper solution for the maintenance of that intersection long term.
Mr. Fowler, do you have any comments on that one?
The MTO is generally not too cooperative when lower tiers try to give suggestions. The best Public Works can do is just advise that it's an ongoing concern, whether it be the gravel washing out or the shoulders need to be regraded. I think tentatively, though, the MTO probably has the plan that no future work will commence on that section of Highway 6 until they basically have concrete determination that they're going to move ahead with the bypass. So
yeah,
with little maintenance or little, we'll say, repair being commenced on that stretch, I would assume they're under the assumption that the Highway 6 bypass is still going ahead. So from
okay.
Public Works, we can only inform, and it's really up to them as the authority to take action on a timely manner.
Okay, thank you. That's all the questions that I have.
Councillor Spoulos?
Yes, I have a question, a couple of traffic related questions. You mentioned that we don't meet the warrants that the MTO would suggest for or have requirements for a signal light. Is that on the assumption on the east-west traffic? Is that what's driving the need for warrants, or is it both?
For you, Mr. Mayor, the warrant assessment is fulsome. It looks at all of the traffic volumes through the intersection, but yes, that's what's holding it back at this point, is the traffic from Curry and from Telford Glen.
Okay, so in order to meet the warrants, you would say you indicated we're maybe 25% only of what's required. What about the north-south? Is there a criteria for that direction that should be met?
There is, but you have to meet both because it's governed by the lesser percentage. And so the volumes on the side street are holding back the entirety of the warrant because you have to meet all of the criteria.
Okay, so from your understanding of the traffic volumes, it was the north-south direction would meet the warrants for a traffic signal?
I'm just going to confirm that while, if you don't mind. I believe that to be the case, but I have the data in front of me and I can confirm that for you. If someone wants to ask another question, you don't have to watch me look for it.
Fine, we can wait. That's fine.
Fair enough. Yes, it does meet the warrant.
Okay,
in the
and you
north-south
have roughly
direction.
how much percentage are we over by meeting the warrant? Is it 150? Is it 10%? Is it 15?
So under existing conditions, I believe this is. So it looks at traffic through the entire intersection in the first case. So it includes the north-south traffic and the east-west traffic. And then it looks at the east-west traffic separately, the side street traffic. So we do, it doesn't calculate it that way. It just says it goes up to 100% and then it stops.
Okay.
But I mean, I can look at the numbers and tell you we're over by, you know, probably 40%, but that number is not, it's not particularly meaningful, unfortunately. It's that lower number when we look at the side street traffic that governs.
Okay, that's all the traffic questions I have. Questions of staff with respect to the road. Where is the dividing line for road maintenance on Telford Glen? Is it right at the curb line?
No, it's approximately 20 to 25 feet back from the stop sign. That would be the authority of the MTO. They look after all approaches and also any signage that's located within that area.
Okay, and based on experience, if we asked them to do something, would they be expecting a cost sharing arrangement, or will they do it basically understanding that the road is not up to standard? In other words, MTO should have standards for road configurations, road maintenance, and all that sort of thing. And if they meet the standard, I can understand that. But if we ask for something over and above the standard, is that their expectation that they would be asking us for the pick up the cost?
My opinion, that could be a possibility. I guess it would all boil down to the extent of what work we would be asking to be done, and basically their interpretation of what work in the future is going to be done on that stretch of road and meet their schedule or timelines.
Okay, and last question, you might consider a trick question, but if you were responsible for that piece of intersection up to the curb, would you have undertaken the necessary maintenance to eliminate the flooding, the ponding, and the provide for provision of right turn lane?
From a lower tiers viewpoint, I think the possibility of paving at least the radiuses of the shoulders to prevent, we'll say, ponding of water, provide adequate water runoff. If you step these paved shoulders back far enough where the gravel will not wash into the intersection, yes, that is quite possible and could be accomplished.
Okay, that's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Bailey?
Thank you. This question's also for Julia, just following up to Councillor Goyda's questions about, you mentioned how the ministry has thresholds and criteria that need to be met for these, for the counts. And I'm just wondering, is there any significance to it being within a hamlet or a settlement area? Do they consider where these are happening? Like the city obviously is going to have different thresholds than, you know, a small settlement area.
Councillor Bailey, can I ask you to turn your video off? Your audio is difficult to hear. So maybe if we turn your video off, it'll be a little more clear. Sorry about that.
Okay, I'm trying. There we go.
Hopefully that'll help. Thank you.
Yeah, just curious if there's significance that we're within a hamlet or a settlement area versus, say, a city. I'm wondering what ministry standards, you know, if they shift, the thresholds shift based on where an intersection is located.
Thanks for the question. It's actually a really good question. They do have different criteria based on the speed limit. So in a rural area where there are high speeds, there is a lower threshold for the warrant criteria. Other than that, they do have a small clause that says if you're in a small community that's far away from a large center, and their definition of far away is very, very far away, you can apply those lower rural high-speed standards, but they would not allow that in this case, given that there are communities nearby, larger communities nearby.
Okay, there's that thought. Sorry, just reading my notes here. So I guess there's no option, despite not meeting the thresholds, are there any other options to try to get, I don't know, to try to get criteria to get in some lights at that intersection? Just trying to think if there's any other methods.
So I would say in my experience, and I've been doing this kind of thing for a long time and dealing with the ministry, if anything, it's become more difficult to get traffic signals that are not warranted. And the MTO is very firm about their criteria. So if you don't meet their criteria, they have no interest in putting in traffic signals. And in this case, when we were forecasting traffic, you actually have to overreach the criteria. You have to meet them at 120%. And so it's tricky. There is one additional criteria, but it's not one that you want, and that is if there's a significant collision history at the intersection, they will consider putting in traffic signals. But it's not my understanding that that's the case at this intersection.
Okay, thank you. And I guess my last question is just following up to, in terms of the MTO standards, of the ditching and of the sides of the roads, are we able to request or find out from MTO if that part of the road meets their standard or if it's slipping? That's for staff.
I think it's definitely worth some communication with them to say, here's the specific concerns, please address it. And instead of us making the determination, just show the evidence to them and say, does this meet your standards? And if it doesn't, when can you address it? I'd suggest putting it in that fashion to them.
So is that something staff can just do, or do we have to make a either make a motion or ask that to be done.
I think it'd be good to have council direction just to show that, you've heard the concerns of the delegation, and then that way there's a record of it being passed along to the ministry.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Bulmer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't think I have any specific traffic questions, but I do support the direction that I'm hearing from Councillor Sapoulis and Councillor Bailey regarding the MTO's obligation to address a situation that already exists and with increased traffic may be a problem on a more regular basis. And if the other plaza puts an entrance there, it may, make it worse again. I see this as, the municipality has approved these developments, both zoning and minor variances. So I feel we have an obligation to do as much as we can to make it as safe as possible and, to facilitate the development and to address the concerns raised by the delegation today, which have been ongoing for a long time. This is not new, but I would like to see that it gets some greater attention from the MTO to make that intersection as safe as possible. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Bulmer. I believe Councillor Sapoulis maybe want to speak again.
Yes, I would. I think I would like to move a motion that we ask the MTO to reconsider putting, first of all, traffic lights at that intersection. The reason for that is, imagine there was a traffic accident right at that intersection at 12 for Glen. Can you imagine the backup on the 401 that would be resulting from that? That would cause them no undue headache. So I think that should be pointed out to them in any correspondence that forwards our request for attention to investigate the traffic lights. The second point I'd like to follow up on is that they, as our CEO has pointed out, a motion that the MTO review the traffic standard for that intersection and look at meeting not the traffic sections, the road design for that intersection and ensure that it meets the current standards for that type of intersection and for maintenance of that type of intersection, particularly with respect to paving and drainage.
All right, can I get a seconder for that so we can discuss it? Councillor Bailey. All right, Councillor Goyda.
Yeah, I'm not opposed to making the request. I think as staff and our consultant have indicated that it's not very likely that they're going to be very receptive of putting in a traffic light if their criteria haven't been met, but there's no harm in asking for it. I agree that an accident there will cause a lot of headaches for a lot of people, but I definitely support contacting them in regards to the state of repair of the intersection and whether that meets their standards, and if it doesn't, if they could please address it. So, yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Bailey.
Yeah, I support that.
Councillor Bulmer.
Yeah, I support it with one. Sorry, Councillor Sapoulis, you know me, I always have to have one concern. Just that I recognize as Director of Public Works indicated that we don't want to be telling them what to do, but I'm not sure that asking them to meet their standard is necessarily what we're looking for here, since this might be their standard. And perhaps we want to suggest that identify the concern that the current design is creating a problem, and could they consider making changes to address the gravel on the road and the puddling and the pooling, and not just leave it to, well, if their standard is allowing gravel on the road and puddling, that doesn't address anything. If you know where I'm going, and I'd maybe tweak the wording a bit to suggest where we'd like to go.
I'd be surprised, Councillor Bulmer, that having gravel on the road is a standard that they would tolerate, and ponding on a road is a standard they would tolerate.
I agree, but it seems to be that they are. So, but either way, I support the
We can
direction.
tweak it, say, review, ask the MTO to review the current state of the intersection with mind to improving the drainage and the ponding on the road.
Excellent, yeah, to prevent the gravel from getting on the road and preventing puddling, pooling of water.
I would suggest, you know, trying to identify as, you know, enlarging the paved apron, because, you know, maybe they use a different material that's not a hard surface treatment, and then they consider that done. Councillor Spruce, because that's essentially what we're after. We want them to pave the shoulder, right? So then,
Yes,
and
we
then it'll
want
be sloped.
we want them to have a proper intersection. We heard from our director of paving of operations, they wouldn't allow something like this in our roads.
I would like
If I may,
to.
Mr. Chair.
Oh, somebody talking? Oh, is that
It's
Mike?
Mike. Yeah, just for clarification. So currently, Public Works has a fairly good relationship with the contractor for MTO, which is MCON. So a lot of our correspondence is done through basically Public Works to Public Works. It's not elevated to the higher level. So what I can say is that I can make the attempt to talk to MCON to at least increase the maintenance level as far as having that intersection swept. In my opinion, there should be no issues since it's basically right across the road from their yard. So I can, you know, council can be assured that I will be in touch with MCON to see if they can be more frequent with their intersection cleaning. But as far as any decisions to be made for paving or improving the shoulder, that's obviously would have to be elevated to higher levels.
I'd like to engage the individual at the MTO that built the parking spot in front of the Envers Country Store. And if that individual is able to make the approval for either additional paving, to me, that's maybe a quicker route to getting the solution resolved or partially resolved. And then if that fails, included in the recommendation that Councillor Sapoulis is moving right now. If he has the authority, it'll just be faster. But if we go right to the top, maybe it might not be approved. It's hard to say. So I don't know if you're friendly to that, Councillor Spools.
We can adjust the second part of my motion that pending confirmation from the mayor that the actual request for MTO be made after informal liaison has
Discussions,
not
yeah.
been successful.
Yeah, I'll call him today. I have his number now, so I can make that phone call today. It just means a little bit of a delay. I have a question. Sorry, where were we? Councillor Bailey, everybody spoke to it, correct? Once. Councillor Ballmer had that recommendation for your.
Yes, and I agreed to it, and he basically nodded in agreement to my suggested rewording.
Mr. Fowler, do we do annual line painting? I'm pretty sure we do.
Yes, we do.
One of the concerns that I read, unless I misunderstood it, was that when a car is facing east on Telford Glen, cars heading south to turn in can't because the people are too far to the north of their lane. Would it be a huge expense next time we're doing some line painting to paint the yellow line on Telford Glen, possibly, and a stop bar, possibly whatever you would determine is adequate? So that would give a visual indication of where people leaving Telford Glen should be positioned for their left-hand turn.
I could accomplish that if desired, but I currently, for that intersection, I'm not the road authority to provide those lines. That would be the MTO, because they look after the approach.
So maybe Councillor Sapoulis, you could add that to your motion, that they paint a stop bar and delineate the lanes on Telford Glen on their right of way.
Certainly. So we can talk about the physical as well as the appropriate lane markings to delineate lanes and the stop bar.
Okay, I think that'll help solve some of the problem, hopefully. I'm supportive of this application. If I think the traffic would be of more significance if it was an industry where everybody was leaving at the same time of day. It being a doctor's office is simply going to be a car or two here or there. It is going to change the community down here a little bit, but for as a whole, this is great for our community. I can tell you that when I was a young lad, and we won't mention how many years ago that was, a medical office started in Frilton, and it was on the top story of some rickety old building. And then they moved to Carlisle and built a wonderful medical facility, and it's in the hub of Carlisle. I think it's fantastic, and I just see that if this Morrison bypass goes through, we've now got the vet, the specialized vet. We're going to have a medical clinic. If the bypass goes through, that traffic's going to move out. This is going to pull people into Morrison. They're going to come for their dog to get checked up, get themselves checked up, go for a walk. So as a whole, this is a great project. We will continue to engage the MTO, trying to get some of these improvements done. And Julia, I am surprised it's so low, the traffic count for Curry Drive. This council has received several complaints. It's kind of a bypass from Morrison. They come down 36, they go through Curry and turn right. So only being at 20%, that captured all the traffic coming from Curry. I was pulling up your report as the councilors were speaking. Is that correct?
That's correct. Is it possible that that's happening at different times of the day?
Yeah, it's whenever people are going for their groceries or right. It's been a common complaint from Curry, but I was just surprised to see the level so low. Okay, so we have Councillor Spoulos' motion. Ms. White Fox, could you read it for us, please?
Certainly. So I don't know if we read the original motion just to receive the report and to authorize the execution of the agreement, but I've taken a liberty and just amended that initial resolution to include Councillor Sapoulos's. Is that the way council would like it, or two separate?
No, I think let's include it, and then we'll have a discussion about supporting going forward as recommended with, obviously those amendments. So I'll have you read it, please.
Okay. That report PD 2021-002 regarding site plan agreement 2767374 Ontario Inc. for the property described as Part Block 42, Plan 802, and located on the northwest corner of Telford Glen and Highway 6 be received, and that council authorized the mayor and clerk to execute the site plan control agreement attached to this report, and that council directs staff to send correspondence to the Ministry of Transportation to identify that the current design of the road is creating concerns related to drainage and maintenance, and that a review of the road design take place to ensure it meets the standards for this type of intersection, including adequate drainage and maintenance to prevent gravel from being distributed onto the road and to prevent the pooling of water on the road. And that the request include that the MTO reconsider traffic lights at this intersection, and that the lane markings be included to delineate lanes and the stop bar at the intersection of Telford Glen and Highway 6. And that this request be made after informal discussions take place with the MTO.
Okay, Councillor Goyda. Oh, I need a mover for that. Before we can talk about it, I need a mover. Councillor Spoulos, Councillor Goyda, you're going to second it?
Yes,
Okay, go ahead.
I'm in favor of the whole thing.
Okay. Before you say in favor, I want to.
Okay.
I have a comment.
Okay, I have no more questions.
Okay.
No questions.
Councillor Spoulos.
I'm good.
Okay, Councillor Bailey.
Yeah, I think it sounds good.
Councillor Balmer.
Sounds good. No questions.
Okay, everybody thinks sound good, but I wanted to make a reference to upgrading the shoulder to a paved apron versus saying you're not, it's kind of along the lines of Councillor Balmer. Instead of saying, come to your standards, we believe you're not keeping up the maintenance or the standards of the intersection. I prefer, but if I'm out to right field, that's fine. But I prefer to ask for shoulder improvements, i.e. paved apron, to facilitate runoff, reduce stones on the road. And then that doesn't look like we're saying you're not doing your job, you're not maintaining your road, and it's not as harsh, is kind of what I'm getting at. Thoughts, Councillor Spillis?
Yeah, I'm fine with that. Rather than saying current standards, just say improve the area such as providing
Paved shoulders,
curbing
paved approaches.
and apron to eliminate.
Mr. Fowler, sorry.
Sorry?
I was going to say, Mr. Fowler, what's the proper terminology for trying to pave the shoulders and the approaches? What would you call it?
Pave the shoulders and approaches.
I nailed it.
Again, it's not really rocket science, Mr. Mayor. Basically, they would have to establish the footprint of their existing platform. They would pave the shoulders maybe 3 meters, maybe 2, depending on what space they have to work with, and then obviously re-ditch and then look at the culvert if it needs to be extended or not. So I think the terminology is correct for them to understand.
I don't believe I can propose a friendly amendment, Councillor Sapoulis, so.
I would accept the wording as proposed by Mike.
Yourself?
Director of Roads and Traffic.
Oh, perfect. So Ms. Hoyt Fox, sorry, I don't know if we need to reread that whole thing, but just the component around the standards, have you captured
Sure.
that?
So let me know if this is what you're thinking, that a review of the road design take place to include the possibility of paving the shoulders and approaches to ensure it meets the standards for this type of intersection, including adequate drainage and maintenance to prevent gravel from being distributed onto the road and to prevent the pooling of water on the road.
I think we want to, can you put it up on the screen, please? Can you
Yeah.
share your screen?
Can we take out the word standard?
Yeah. I would suggest something, or Mr. Fowler would suggest wording that says reduce gravel accumulation on Telford Glen as well as standing water versus saying something about the standards. Is that what you would suggest, Mr. Fowler?
Yeah, that's correct. I mean, the standards are there per se. It's the actual show. It's more or less the maintenance, but to improve that intersection, then the recommendations provided will definitely enhance that intersection.
So does this sound better where we've just said the possibility of paving the shoulders and approaches to ensure adequate drainage and maintenance to prevent gravel from being distributed on the road and the pooling of water?
I like that.
Yep.
Okay.
I lost Councillor Spillis. Are you comfortable with that?
Yeah, I'm good with that. Yes, I am, Mr. Mayor.
Where's our other wordsmith? Councillor Balmer?
Good.
Oh. All right. Anybody else have anything? Any concerns before I call the vote? All right, so all in favor? Councillor Goyda,
In favor.
Councillor Spillis,
In favor.
Councillor Bailey,
In favor.
and Councillor Balmer.
In favor.
Thank you. Excellent. Thank you, Julia. Appreciate your time. Everybody in the gallery that hung around. Ms. White Fox, I've already forgotten who else we're going to move up. It's Obs and Mug. Were they the next one?
Yes, Matthew Avi's here and he has the presentation just listed. I think it's the last one under the report section.
Oh, hang on. Carry on.
Good morning.
Good morning. Sorry.
Good morning.
How are you, Matthew?
Good morning. How's everybody? How are you doing?
Excellent. Are you going to be sharing your screen?
I am, and I should start. And I apologize for this. I have to leave at 11:30. I have an unfortunate, unexpected vet appointment I need to attend. So I'll do my best here to move through this for you.
Well, we've all read the report, correct? Council, do you need the presentation? We have 7 minutes or 12 minutes. So I'd rather use the time for questions for Matthew versus going through information we've all read.
That'd be great. I appreciate that. That'd be great.
Can you stop sharing your screen, please, so I can see the
Oh,
easier? I can see the council better. Am I seeing head nods? Yeah, Councilor Lewis, yeah, Bailey. Okay, all right. So we'll just go right into it. Councilor, go ahead.
Okay, quick questions. Thank you for doing the slideshow. I think the signs look really great. The signs that we have existing are really great as well. They all fit together, suit their environment really great. Quick question, the Fox Run Trail sign, it has a whole bunch of additional information like the length and the material and all that stuff, but none of the other signs have that. Why is that particular one different?
so those details were requested because I believe that trail was being built at the time. So because it is a newly built trail, it requires that information, whereas the existing trails don't require it. The existing trail signage is just for identification of the technically the other signs aren't required. They're really just there as more of a convenient identity for trail goers. Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. I don't actually know that you'll be able to answer this question, but one of the current signs, the main sign coming into the township on the roundabout on the corner of 34 and Highway 6, a section of the corner of that sign has broken off. And I don't know, so go ahead, Mayor.
I just didn't want to ask Mr. Fowler, he's aware of that and he knows what's going on with that process. So finish your question and Mr. Fowler can answer.
I guess my concern is to produce more signs of the same material. Is it a flaw in the design of the sign, or I don't know. I just, before we go ahead and start making more signs of the same material that are also going to break, I just want to, clarify.
I believe that sign was struck by a vehicle.
Okay. That's all I needed to know. That's all my question. Thanks.
Yeah. I don't know. We're still waiting on, sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, and we are in discussions with the signage fabricator to see if there's see how that can be repaired, because there's a few solutions, and we're just looking for the right one. But the new signs are not car proof. I should mention that.
Okay.
Yeah.
And the car insurance should pay to replace it at some point. I would hope they hit it. But where are we? Councillor Spoulos.
No, don't have any questions. Great work. Looking forward to seeing these signs installed.
Okay. Councillor Bailey.
Thank you. Yeah, this is new to me. I wasn't on council when the first set came through, so I don't want to duplicate any questions that happened then. My one question is, have we had any feedback on the font size?
So the font size we're using there are best practices set out from an accessibility perspective for signage, and the font sizes on each of them are appropriate to those best practices, and those those best practices are set based on a couple of aspects. One of them is the distance that the sign is expected to be viewed from, the material of the sign, and the type of content on the sign. And so the ones where you are most likely to be viewing them closer up, they're smaller type size. The ones that need further visibility, the type's increased, and the size of the sign is actually considered in that as well.
So, for example, in Badna, the soccer pitch sign, people are driving by at 80 kilometers an hour. Is it designed for those people to see the sign, or the people parked on the soccer pitch that don't need to know where they are anymore?
Yeah, so it's not in the category of what you would see on, like, for example, like a Walmart sign, where it's meant to draw attention from kilometers back. It's meant to be an identifier when you're in the area. So if you're speeding by at 80 kilometers an hour, we don't want to oversign that space. So if you're on that side of the road and you are driving past, you will be able to read it, but it's not intended to be a placemaker identifier for fast-moving traffic.
Okay. Yeah. And then back to that specific location, I noticed some of the other signs say you know, whatever, Old Morriston Park, or no, whatever. One of the other ones says park. Badnaw specifically says soccer pitch. So if down the road we put a park at the soccer pitch, do we change the sign? Do we change the name? What's happening with flexibility in terms of the sign?
So with this one, so if that is, so I can tell you that we didn't plan for that scenario. But if that was the case, and I'm just looking to see if this is how it's true. So the graphics on that sign, the type is actually vinyl. So there would be potentially an opportunity to update it to be more general of Badnaw Park, if that was the case. So that one isn't as, it's permanent, but it's not as permanent as having to completely replace the sign potentially.
Okay, good. I'll leave it
I
at
can
that.
say
Thank you.
I should say that with 85% confidence. I also know that they're built so that you can't peel the letters off. So it would take some special work, but it could be done.
Okay, I have some questions for staff, so I'll just leave it at that, and then maybe after Matthew's gone, I can ask staff some questions.
Okay, Councillor Bulmer.
A nice day. Thank you very much.
Well, all right. Anybody else have questions for staff other than Councillor Bailey? Nope. Way you go, Councillor Bailey.
Okay, I have a question about, I've noticed the Puslinch Community Center sign is in the ground, and underneath of it is just rocks, grass not growing. It's just, you know, what's left from installation. So is there a plan about what's happening under all of these signs that we're now going to put around the community? Is it just added maintenance for Mike's team to whip around, or what's the plan there?
Councillor Bailey, yes, some of the signs have been identified for potential landscaping around them. I guess that question will be answered at operating budget time.
Yeah, okay, that's where I was going with that too. Okay, and then if there's already a sign marking what we're going to sign, will the old sign be taken down? I know the in front of the township office, for example, I think the picture showed the existing sign removed. So is that what we're doing? We're removing any signs that currently, you know, label it to replacing with new?
Yes, so the current expectation will be any old sign that is removed before it is disposed will be considered for. Sorry about that.
Hit that thing with a hammer. I think he's going to finish answering your question once his phone's done ringing.
I can give some. So sorry, this is Matt. So I do know that in the work of the installation of the signs, at least for the previous round, I believe for this round as well, it's included that any signs that are in place of it would be removed to allow for the new sign. Because there are a few other locations where there's a there is like a sign, whether it's severely weathered or whatnot in different areas, there are existing signs that would have to be removed.
Right. And in that, there's my concern, again, going back to Badnaw, there's a Badnaw sign, not a soccer pitch sign, but I know residents of Badnaw would be quite upset if they saw that their current sign was removed.
So that one in particular, and I'm just moving down to confirm I'm right about it, I believe was positioned purposely to not interfere with that sign.
Okay.
Yeah, because those are different. Like the soccer pitch is not meant to define the area completely. It's just the soccer pitch. Yeah, it's only when it's the sign for the same thing.
Okay, Great. And then final question, I noticed on the Optimus Recreation Center, it looks like we're taking the exact same wording, moving it and adding a crest, which seems like a lot of cost and effort to not really achieve anything new. Is there a way we could just add the crest to the existing wording and similarly on the community center? And then maybe when that font or those words start to go, then we add in the new. I don't know if that discussion is happening.
Who wants to answer that one, Matthew or?
I can, yeah. So there's two considerations there. One, from a continuity perspective, the updated version does create more of a township identity to it, which, you know, we could talk about the benefits of having that sort of visual presentation of the place and what that means for community in a more broader sense. From a budgetary perspective, all of what we're seeing here has been put into a budget that does that. All this can work within the budget that's available. And I would say, in terms of whether we just add the crest, the cost is, and without knowing the exact numbers, is probably very minimal to doing that versus just adding the letters as well. Because there's still the real cost of this type of signage is just installing on a surface that high on the space. You need to lift and things like that. So I don't believe there'd be much cost savings there to outweigh the benefits that having the consistency across the township would provide.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay, Ms. White Fox, you have the resolution?
The council receive the Township Signage Master Plan Phase 2 edition for information.
Okay, and a mover for that, please. Councilor Spoulos, second by Councilor Goyda. All in favor? Councilor Goyda.
In favor.
Councilor Spoulos.
In favor.
Councilor Bailey.
In favor.
Councilor Bulmer.
Favor.
That's carried. Okay. Thank you, Matthew. I think we got you out just on time.
I appreciate that very much. Thank you very much. Have a good
Good
day.
day. All right, Ms. White Fox, Wellington County. Is that correct?
Yes, so the home industry report is the one we're looking to deal with next, and I believe that one is number 9.4.4.
All right, we'll wait for Ms. Ferris to come over, or is it Zach? Zach,
We've got both here today with us.
there we go. Hello, Zach. I think we're hearing some noise in the background from somebody. And Megan. Nice to see both of you.
Everyone, you as well.
You guys are going to give a quick summary and maybe a little explanation of what you're looking for from us and try to get you out of here.
Sure, absolutely. So through Mr. Mayor, I'll just do a brief presentation. Staff have prepared this information report for home industries in the township, which is currently a permitted use. Council may recall that earlier this year, planning staff brought forward a housekeeping amendment, which made a number of different changes to the zoning bylaw. One of those potential changes was regarding home industries. Based on the feedback from council and from the public, there were no changes made at that time to home industries, but it was decided to take a closer look at what we could do for home industries. So this information report is to gain council's comments before we proceed to a public meeting and recommendation report for home industries. So in the information report, we've provided a number of different items for council to consider. One of them being the current kind of policy framework that we're in, and also a comparison of other municipalities, what they permit for home industries, how they regulate home industries, and also a brief summary of some of the enforcement challenges that we've had to date with home industries. So this report and kind of the future potential changes are really to address concerns that we've received from public and also enforcement challenges that we've received to date. So it more or less trying to get in front of some of the challenges that we've seen so far with this change from the previous zoning bylaw to this zoning bylaw. So maybe just to reiterate, this 2018 zoning bylaw has only been in place since January 2020 as well too. So we're coming up on 2 years of working with this bylaw. So to summarize some of the concerns by the residents, they would be outdoor storage of materials, parking concerns relative to the number of employees. So that would include access in and out of some of these sites, noise generated from the home industries, also the types of businesses that would be permitted, including businesses that rely on staff to arrive to site and then leave to site during the day, something like a landscaping yard or a courier trucking service. Some of the enforcement challenges are largely related to businesses that would operate that are currently operating that wouldn't meet the definition of home industry, but they may be similar in nature to what is permitted in a home industry. That they may also meet some requirements of the zoning bylaw for the home industry and would require relief otherwise from the zoning bylaw. So for example, parking of vehicles, we just had a minor variance for another business that was already operating and again came from an enforcement challenge. So one of the issues that staff is seeing is, so the size of the home industry currently is permitted to be 100 square meters, which is about 1,000 square feet. The accessory structure provision in the zoning bylaw is based on the percentage of your lot area, so quite a bit larger than what is permitted for home industry. So just as an example, if you had a 1 acre lot, you could build a 2,000 square foot accessory structure, but you'd only be permitted 1,000 square feet for the home industry. So in cases where someone is operating home industry, sometimes it's been seen that it's operating in some of those existing buildings that are maybe larger than what's permitted in the zoning bylaw, just as an example. Some of the policies that we've attached in the appendix are relative to the provincial policy statement, provincial growth plan, permitted uses in the prime agricultural area, and County Wellington official plan. So just going into kind of what some of the other municipalities in the area do for home industries, because there are permissions for them. Some restrict home industries to a minimum lot size. So currently, Puss Lynch allows home industries in the agricultural zone, rural residential zone, which has a minimum lot size of 1 acre. Other municipalities range from 2.5 hectares up to 10 hectares. So 2.5 hectares, that's about 6 acres as a minimum. So there's some options there for Puss Lynch to consider as well too. Increasing the setbacks from property lines, clarifying outdoor storage in the definition or in the general provisions is another common theme for other municipalities. The scale and the size, so 100 square meters that we found is pretty standard. Some municipalities require that the home industry is exclusively used in that building. So if you have a garage, you wouldn't be able to use half your garage for home industry. It would have to be exclusively for that. So we're getting into some pretty detailed stuff here, but to summarize, we are looking at this kind of as something that we're seeing at a staff level that is a bit of a challenge to enforce, a bit of a challenge from a planning perspective to get the adequate approvals and to avoid conflicts in the future, really, between residences. So there are a number of options before we go to a public meeting, and One of them is how we actually engage the public as well too. So our standard option for a public meeting would be to provide a notice in the newspaper and then host a meeting, in this case, likely virtually. And then we could also do kind of a website to try to seek public feedback in other ways. And then also host a public open house, which would be in addition to the public meeting. So that would be if council wanted to reach out further to the public and try to get more public opinion or thoughts on this. So staff I guess are looking to confirm kind of which way council wants to go with this, if we want to just proceed with our regular format, or if we do want to engage or try to engage the public more in this case than maybe in some other ones. Just to note, I think the housekeeping amendment last year, we did do a public meeting that was fairly well attended, and it was a virtual meeting as well too. Again, we're looking for council's kind of feedback on home industries in general and the public engagement options. And then the next step for this would be to proceed to a public meeting, and then pending the comments from the public, we would look at coming with a recommendation report. So that concludes my portion of the meeting, and I'm happy to answer any questions. And Megan is here as well to answer any questions too.
Okay, thank you, Zach. Councillor Goida.
Thank you very much. And I apologize. I think I somewhat misunderstood the intent of what was being achieved here today. I thought we were mostly speaking on the terms of how to engage the public, but I understand now you're also looking on at some feedback on the actual items in the report. So I apologize if I'm not the most prepared for that. In terms of the consultation piece, the last time we had a public meeting which had this on the agenda, it was fairly well attended, and we did get some really good feedback. So I would agree that that is a good approach. However, we also now have this Bang the Table software where we're able to engage the public that way. And it would be good if we could also include it, some form of it on there as well, to keep encouraging the public to use that platform. In terms of the specific information in the report, the one thing that I did note is that it seems that one of the most common challenges with enforcement is the scale piece, which you spoke about. And I guess I just have a question in terms of is there a particular reason that a home industry is limited to that 100 square meters? And I see where the challenges arise, where the accessory structures are allowed to be much larger, and it's probably difficult to enforce what part of those accessory structures are being used specifically for the home industry and what aren't. So would there be a mechanism to, to establish a scale that's based more on a percentage of either the dwelling size or the lot size that would allow enforcement to be easier, so that it's just assumed that that entire accessory structure is used as the home industry?
Through the mayor, yes, there are some examples of other townships that use a percent basis, similar to the accessory apartment provisions, maximum 40%.
Oh, we lost you, Zach.
Oh, sorry.
There you're back.
Oh, I was just saying that similar to the accessory apartment provisions, there's a kind of a scale percentage of the main dwelling, and that's really to ensure that it is subordinate to the residential use, which is the main use. In addition, I think a lot of the other scale issues relate to some of the lot sizes as well too. So sometimes what we're seeing is these home industries are maybe appropriate for when they start out. And then as these businesses grow, there's a certain point in time where maybe it's no longer appropriate to be on a residential lot. So that's kind of part of the challenge as well too.
Okay, so if an accessory building is just that, it's an accessory building, so it's based on, it's essentially a secondary use to the residence, then is there a risk in allowing a larger scale home industry to operate it within those accessory buildings?
Through the mayor, I guess it's not really a risk, more so the size of the business that you would want to operate there. I mean, if the business is going to be, storage or something like that, I think that the provisions all kind of work together. So you're only allowed to have 2 employees. So if you have a bigger facility and you still only have 2 employees, maybe that is appropriate. But if you do have a bigger facility, I mean, are you opening yourself up to potentially someone hiring more employees and that sort of thing as well too? So
Okay.
Yeah, they all kind of tie together, I would say. It's hard
Okay.
to say.
Okay. I don't have any other questions. Thanks.
Councillor Spools?
Yes, I support as much public engagements as we could have, including a virtual public meeting, bang the table, newspapers, anything else that would draw in more of the residents. With regard to going out to the public before coming back to council, I guess my preference is that you come up with something that you feel meets our particular township. We look at it and then go out to the public. That's my thought. Like you raised a lot of good points in there, in your discussion with Councilor Gord, as well as in your report, that you have the size, you got the scale, that sort of thing. And I think we should let you come back with something, and we look at it quickly before we go out to the public. There might be some glaring things that we outright disagree with, or something that we think should be added at the same time. So that's my thoughts on that. And the problem I have is there's a lot of home industries here that have been in existence for a long time. I don't know if they're legally compliant or they've just arose and previous regimes of staff and council have not sort of looked at it with a blind eye. So my main concern was, well, how do we treat some of these people who have been around for 20+ years and may not be meet the criteria for what we will consider would be an appropriate home business.
Yeah, so through the mayor, when it really is looked at, I would say when we don't know how many home industries are out there, and we don't know which ones are legal, which ones are not legal. So it really does come to staff through enforcement at the end of the day. So a complaint is raised, and then staff will go out and assess the situation. And then that's kind of when it's determined, does it meet the bylaw? Legal nonconforming is something that we look at. But in most cases, what we're finding is these home industries likely weren't operating under the provisions of the zoning bylaw, even in the old zoning bylaw. So, going forward, there is, I think as part of our recommendation, we would try to address that and make it as appropriate as we can. But in cases where, even if a business has been operating for a long time and still hasn't met the zoning bylaw, there's only so much we can do from a staff level without having to do a zoning bylaw amendment or a minor variance.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, after the rest of council go around, I'd like to bring forward the discussion whether or not we go forward first to the public or come forward first to council with respect to anything that staff would come up with.
Yeah, I'm supportive of that, Councillor Spools. I want to make sure we're putting out to the public what we approve of. So that's fine. I'll circle back with you. I just wanted to, you were referencing the 20 years in home industry. Just remember the process that we went through with Gallo. That's an example right there. That was a home industry and the process he went through. So that would be typical, I would assume, Zach and Megan. So Where are we? Councillor Bailey.
Sorry.
I'll ask you to turn your video off, though,
There.
please.
I'm trying.
There you go.
It's not working. Yeah, I'll just comment on the public engagement options. If you can clarify for me, staff, what's the difference between a public open house and just a public meeting virtually?
Through the chair, they would be very similar. The public meeting is a statutory public meeting, so it'd be hosted by council. Public Information Center could also be hosted by council as well too, but doesn't have to be. And basically is just one more additional information to voice to the public without. Well, sorry, I guess it's one more opportunity for us to receive public comments rather than at the statutory public meeting, but a public meeting hosted by council would still be required as well.
So do you think you need more than one public engagement for this topic? Or would one be enough?
Well, through the mayor, I mean, only one is required. We do, as we mentioned before, there was some pretty good feedback received at the last housekeeping public meeting. I think from staff's perspective, we're really open to either one. I think the compromise of, using some online tools is a good potential solution as well to try to get more engagement than we maybe normally would receive.
Great. So if there were two public options, would what you're presenting to the public change between those two, or it would just be the same content that they would see?
Through the mayor, I think we would probably present the same content. We just maybe would be able to answer any questions or try to encourage more discussion with the public. So usually these public information sessions, if we're in a normal circumstance where we could host it in person, it would kind of be more casual, more kind of discussion with staff or council, and just less of, I guess, a formal public meeting than the statutory public meeting.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Ballmer.
Thank you, Zach. And I think this is a valuable part of the community, being able to support or allow people to have a home industry. At the same time, if there's something that needs to be tweaked about the policies that enable it, then certainly we need to address it, because we don't want them. The idea was never that they grow to a size that become a problem with their neighbors. The idea was that if they grow to that size, they should move somewhere else. So we want to make sure that scale is addressed. And I think one of the best ways is through the idea of limiting employees on site, because there are some anomalies and some strange anomalies that can occur when we start dividing buildings. When you think that, I've been aware of many of these, I've even worked in a few in the township, and those home industries, they get assessed by MPAC other than residential. They're assessed at a commercial rate. So it must create a challenge if it's divided in two. So I think we've got to look at ways that, an indoor home industry can be accommodated within the entirety of an accessory structure, provided that's, that accessory structure isn't too big for the lot. But there are times when a cabinet shop perhaps they need more space just to stack up completed cabinets. It's not a function of the number of people that are in there, but it's the size of what they're producing, and they need a place to store it before it's shipped out. Even myself, when I look back at working in construction, in my accessory buildings here on the farm, I had one shop which was dedicated to producing stuff here, a woodworking shop, but I also had another outbuilding where a portion of which was being used for storage of materials and supplies that I would use on site. It was a small percentage of the size of the overall outbuildings, but I don't know if I were to run the calculation, it might have been in excess of what would be the maximum square footage, but it bothered nobody because of the lot size. So I think we've got to make sure that there's some consideration of lot size and distance from neighbors. And I'm a little concerned about the idea of tying it as a percentage of the home size, since that would penalize people who choose to live in a modest house, or someone who purchases a lot with a modest bungalow on it, but has a large lot, and just a place for them to work and one other employee. I'm not sure how the size of the house, provided someone's living in it but works in the shop, I'm not sure how that affects the impact to the neighbor. So I just want to make sure when we look at this that we consider these anomalies that can occur if we tie it to something that really doesn't speak to how it impacts the neighbors. What was the other piece I had? Let me, excuse me for a moment, I have to switch hands. Oh yeah, there was the suggestion that perhaps we also will have to be careful about minimum lot sizes when we talk about the size of a home industry. As we know, we have been creating some strange shaped lots in the township, and so just because the lot has a certain size doesn't mean it's appropriately separated, or the home industry wouldn't affect nearby neighbors depending on how it was set up on the lot. So it might be part of the guidance factor, but in this case, it's starting to sound like we need to look at a number of factors to ensure that it can occur in a reasonable fashion. And I hope, staff are smart enough to write policies that'll achieve that. So the next thing. All right. And I do share some of the concerns that I read in the that were identified in the spreadsheet or in the report regarding some of the places that have become a problem, especially those. It seems to be the biggest problem is where the majority of the activity is outdoors, such as outdoor storage. I think everybody can understand that if there was a welding shop or woodworking shop or some sort of home industry that required some modest storage of product going in and out, would be one thing. But if the business itself was entirely outdoor storage, that might be a problem. So whatever we come up with needs to recognize that there's a difference between outdoor storage as a business and outdoor storage that's accessory to and limited in scale, that's related to a home industry. Similarly, I think in this case, we also have to look at the definition of the word warehouse in our bylaw, and perhaps distinguish between a home occupation that may bring materials in on pallets to process them, and they go out as individually. The storage of those pallets as part of the home industry in itself does not constitute a warehouse, and we want to make sure we don't get people caught up in that kind of sticky web, where someone sees 4 pallets in a shop and all of a sudden they consider it a warehouse because there's pallets in there. Those are my comments now, but otherwise I support Councillor Sapoulis's suggestion that we get a chance to have a look at the changes so that what goes out to the public reflects what we think, what the planning staff thinks might work, and reflects what we think might work from our experience, seeing what has and hasn't worked. So thank you very much.
Councillor Bulmer. Yeah, I'm supportive of as much public engagement as we can. It does get a little complicated when we have multiple ways on the internet to connect, but I don't know if it's there's an appetite for staff to have a public information center that they present or just receive information, then they come to council, and then we do the formal required public meeting. And nothing may change, whatever, if you present at the Public Information Center, but that would give you some decent feedback from the public before you present to council, and then we go out. But I'm as long as there's sufficient public engagement, then I'm comfortable. And I also support Councillor Sapoulis's recommendation that we see it before it goes out. So let's talk about the intent of what we're doing here. It's to support small scale home industry, correct? And what we don't want is full-on commercial in rural zones. That's essentially what we're trying to fix here. Is that right?
Yes.
For me, looking at the incidents, it seems like there's a lot of occurrences around heavy trucks parking in, you know, residential areas. So quick look there, there was 4 or 5 of them that keeps reoccurring. So I want to make sure we identify that, whether it ends up being approved or not. But it's with the land sizes here and our proximity to large urban centers, it's very appealing to individuals that need that space to park. So other than that, I feel that council's giving you pretty good direction. I'll go back to Councilor Willis. Do you need a motion to come back to us, or is staff direction just sufficient?
Mr. Chair, I do have a motion prepared.
Okay, Councilor Willis, did you provide it in advance, or do you want to say it now?
I think our clerk has captured what we said, so let's hear what she says.
Okay. Before I have her read it, Zach or Megan, is there anything that's sticking out to you that you just like a little further clarification on before we read a motion?
I'm okay, but maybe Megan does.
I just might make a comment just for consideration. Just with respects to bringing forward a bylaw, I guess a draft bylaw in advance of a public meeting, just if you do make that decision, that's completely fine. If we have that direction, we can absolutely do that. I just want to make sure that, you know, that we're bringing forward a bylaw that really isn't like predetermined, I suppose, before the public has had a chance to review it. I just want to make sure it still doesn't, still maintains the intent and purpose of having a public engagement meeting, where I don't want it to necessarily be a bylaw that's been like pre-approved by council and maybe there wouldn't be a lot of wiggle room. I just want to make sure that we're still having an opportunity for changes to be considered by the public if we do move forward with that motion. So just food for thought.
Wouldn't it be worded that when you present it to us, recommendations for the changes, and then that's what we go out, and then it's a second step, then you would have to draft the bylaw. So essentially be a presentation with recommendations in it that, you know, zoning bylaw be changed to this. This is supported by planning and council supports it, go to a public meeting. And then you would, I guess, essentially come back a second time with the actual bylaw to adopt. Does that make sense?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it does make sense. I just want to make sure that it's, I guess really the intent of a public engagement meeting, like you don't always present an actual draft bylaw. Sometimes you're just gauging input and then you draft the bylaw. But in this case, we're probably going to bring forward actually content for others to review. So I just want to make sure that it's open and transparent. That's all. But if that's the process that you just described, if we take that approach, I think that will work as well.
I think Councilor Willis.
Question, Mr. Chair.
Yes, the intent is not to have the draft bylaw at first meeting. It's to have what you intend to present to the public. In other words, we look at that. If there's something in there that we say, well, I don't think this will work, or there's something, well, could you add this in as well? It's that sort of a discussion at council. It's not intended to be a draft bylaw, here you go type of thing. It's to understand what you're going to present to the public and help massage it one way or the other way that makes council more comfortable that that's something that generally reflects what we desire to have out there.
Councilor Bummer?
Yes, I think I'm just to reaffirm what Councilor Spoulos just said. What I had in mind is similar. There would be we would receive something that they're preparing a bylaw that would support or enable this, and a list of things and sizes and scales, and a list of things that it would not enable or that it would address. So that not that it's the final draft of the bylaw, but it states what the objective of the bylaw will be that's coming forward, so we can see what it will enable and what it will prevent, if that makes sense. So we know what the goals of the bylaw are.
Yeah, so there'd be recommendations. So they either recommend 1,500 square feet for residential or use, home industry, and the recommendations, there could be recommendations to remove components, there could be recommendations to add it, but it would all be there in text or, you know, bullet form, whatever the presentation is, and then go to the public, and then eventually it'd be compiled into a bylaw. Is my thoughts. I'm gonna go to Councillor Goida and Bailey because we haven't engaged them. Councillor Goida.
Yeah, I do agree with the approach that Councillor Sepoulas is recommending. But I don't think that necessarily bringing back the draft bylaw for us to pick it apart and say what we agree with and what we don't agree with. That to me would not be the intent. The intent would be more so to understand what's going to be presented to the public. And even from that, there may be specific pieces that particular members of council would like to seek specific feedback on. For instance, if the scale, you know, maybe one of the specific items being posed at the public meeting is, you know, what is an appropriate scale, and to get some specific feedback on that item separately from the rest of the bylaw. So I don't think that it's necessarily to predetermine what that bylaw is going to be in the end, but it's more just to ensure that if we're going to go to public consultation, that we're going to be getting the most pertinent information out of that public meeting to be able to make an appropriate final version. That would be my thought on it anyway.
Councillor Bailey.
Yeah, I like the idea of sort of not presenting a bylaw initially, or a draft bylaw or anything, but rather a bullet type form or a more casual type presentation, but maybe tying it into why. So if we have a topic, again, of lot size, you know, why are we looking at this? Well, we can base it on some of the complaints, or so sort of just doing a tying into why. Maybe why is the public seeing this? Why is this up for discussion? And make it sort of make sense to people.
Okay.
And then putting all those comments and stuff into a draft format.
Megan, did that muddy the waters? Not Councillor Bailey, us as a collective, did that muddy the waters, or are you comfortable?
No, I understand what council is trying to seek. I think just from my perspective, it's normally all of that would happen in front of the public. So normally you would have those types of discussions, and it would be really, this public meeting is for council and the public, but essentially you're almost breaking out a little bit. So that I understand the why, where you want to pretty much understand what's going to be presented to the public, more so than exactly how things are going to unfold. So it doesn't sound like it's intending to like, it's still meeting the intent of having what the intent of a public engagement meeting is. I just wanted to be clear on that.
I'm just curious why you made a statement just there, the normal way. Well, why are we even deviating from the normal way? Why don't you just approach it how we do everything else? What am I not catching here? If there's a normal way that engages the public, that makes you feel comfortable as staff, then why are we changing this?
Maybe I'll just comment. So it's not that I feel uncomfortable. I'm just more so providing advice. It sounds like council wants to do something a little bit different, and I'm just saying, as long as that little bit different process still ensures that what we're presenting to the public is something that's being presented with the intent to receive engagement, and that's what I'm hearing. So that's fine if you want to take that approach. I'm just trying to provide advice and just much caution, because that's who I am.
Can I just ask a question then, Mr. Chair?
Sure, Councillor Ballmer.
So I think I'm getting a better handle on the concern here. I think what I'm hearing from staff is I think they'd like to have a pick, some sort of opportunity to gauge feedback from the public, then formulate from that a general then formulate the bylaw to go to the public meeting. But it would come to us first before it went to the public meeting. So we would get the feedback from the public, combine our feedback with the staff's recommendations, and then that goes to the public meeting for the public to see if their concerns were addressed through the process. So does that make sense, that you're looking actually for some sort of informal public sort of public exchange prior to even preparing a draft or providing direction on a fix?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, it's not quite where I'm going with that. It's more, my perspective is just more simple where just thinking that the engagement process is for council and the public and not separating the two. That's all. So it's like everyone's seeing everything all at once, one time, and having the opportunity to comment, and everyone's hearing those comments and hearing the same thing. That's what I'm more so thinking at it from that perspective.
Okay, well, I think that if we just stick with the process we were describing, where that will come to an open council meeting in general terms is what, so council can confirm what you're going to go to the public with. I think that's what Councillor Spoulos was talking about as well. Is that right, Councillor Spoulos?
Absolutely, Councillor Bowman. In my previous life, that's typically what we've done. If we had something that we want to present to the public and at a public meeting, we sort of got it past the, in our case was a commission, and they said, yeah, no problem, go ahead type of thing. Or they say, well, can you tweak this type thing, because that's not the intent.
Okay. Megan, are you good?
I'm good.
We'll figure it out. Ms. White Fox, resolution, please.
The County of Wellington Planning Information Report regarding home industries be received for information, and that council directs staff to report back with a detailed information report outlining recommendations for the home industry amendment prior to proceeding with a public consultation, to include a public information center and public consultation through the township's website and Bang the Table platform.
Megan? I see you thinking. The gears
I'm
are
just
turning.
thinking, so just not seeing it on the screen, but I'm hearing, so
Courtney, can you share it, please?
so essentially thinking of it in a step format. So next step is we draft something, we bring it to council. Then we have an information center to engage the public. Then we have a public meeting to engage the public and council in one setting. Then we have a final recommendation report. So we have, is that kind of what's being envisioned with this resolution?
Councillor Spoulos?
Well, I think what we want to do is whatever you want to present to the public, we want to see first, basically.
Okay.
So then
the council directs staff to present to council the information they intend to present to the public prior to public consultation.
Okay, and then the next step is are you ensuring that, not ensuring, but is it a public meeting, traditional one, where council is there and we engage the public? I think is where Megan's having some trouble. Sorry, Megan, you're not having trouble. We're trying to determine what that next step is. So it should be council and public, traditional public meeting, all in one engagement, where I'm in the hot seat.
I think you want to have a public information center, which is for the public then. Then I think what you want to do is bring that back and then go back with a formal formal meeting of the public to present the final document.
So Megan, what I'm understanding is go to the public, get a synopsis of what you heard, present that to council in an open council meeting.
Mm-hmm.
Then you're going to hear feedback from council. Then we're going to have the public information meeting with council and public together, final proposal. And then it would be a subsequent meeting where the bylaw is approved, or it could be in that, I don't know, I'm not a clerk, it could be later in the agenda, but I'll leave that up to the clerks. Does that make sense, Councillor Spoulos?
Yes. Does
that make sense, Megan?
Maybe so I might be tired today, apologize. So just making sure public information meeting or public information center plus public information meeting.
There's going to be two.
I think you want a public information center first to gauge the input from the public.
Yeah.
Once you've got that, then you put something together for public / council consideration.
I've got it. Thank you.
So with respect to our clerk's wording, it says report back with the information staff intend to present to the Public Information Center.
Right.
Can we just have it as proceed as directed? Staff have heard the direction from council and the CAO has heard it, and we can work, staff can work.
I'm good, that's fine.
And yeah, Courtney, can you just change it to just proceed as directed? And
The
this
whole
is all
thing,
on
we don't
video.
want to, rather than having it laid out here, just,
I think staff understand that it has to go to bang the table and engagement through the internet, and I'm comfortable with it.
okay.
Well, I heard Councillor Bulmer have some want to maybe engage here.
No, you got it.
Okay. All right, so I'll just ask you to, I know it's pretty straightforward, but if you could read that resolution again, please.
Okay, so for the County of Wellington Planning Information Report regarding home industries be received for information, and that council directs staff to proceed as directed.
Yeah, there's a little too many directed in there, but
Sorry, I'll
you can
tidy that up a
wordsmith.
little bit. Yeah.
I tied her up a little bit, that's okay. Can I get a mover for that, please? Councillor Spoola, seconded by Councillor Goida.
Sure.
All right, and all in favor, Councillor Goida,
In favor.
Councillor Spoola,
In favor.
Councillor Bailey,
In favor?
Councillor Bulmer.
In favor.
Okay. Thank you, Zach. Thank you, Megan.
Thanks, everyone.
Enjoy the rest of your day. All right. I believe we're on to consent agenda. Ms. Clerk, is that correct?
I think we just have the notice of, or maybe the notice of the public meeting comes after. Sorry, I'm just catching up as well.
I can give you a moment. Sorry, dropped it on you. I'm sure you're just finished
All right.
that last motion.
Nope, you're correct. Consent agenda is next.
All right. If I could have you read that resolution, please.
That the consent agenda items listed for the September 22nd, 2021 council meeting be received for information.
Get a mover for that, please. Councillor Spoola, seconded by Councillor Goida. Any items you want to discuss? Councillor Goida.
No, I'm good, thanks.
Councillor Spoola.
Item 6.2, Next Cycle Industries Limited.
Okay. Councillor Bailey,
None for me.
Councillor Balmer.
None, thanks.
All right. And so Ms. Whitefoss, you'll amend that resolution to remove 6.2.
Yes, I've done so.
All right. And all in favor, Councillor Goida,
In favor.
Councillor Spoola,
In favor.
Councillor Bailey,
In favor?
Councillor Balmer.
In favor.
Okay, Councillor Spoola.
Yes, the ERO for this particular industry indicates that they're going to be increasing the operation of that facility. I understand from information from staff that they have now looked at traffic or noise mitigation and are seeking direction from council. As far as I'm concerned, I don't want to micromanage staff. I think I just like them to use their best judgment to determine whether or not that this has to be done. The area, they're quite familiar with the area and they're quite familiar with the operations as they're now and the fact that it's going to be increasing. So that's my only comment with respect to that.
Okay, any other comments from council? Councillor Goida.
Nope.
Okay, Councillor Bailey,
No, no comments.
Councillor Balmer.
No concerns, thanks.
All right. Do we need a resolution to receive that one, please, Ms. Whitefoss?
The consent agenda item 6.2 listed for the September 22nd council meeting be received for information.
Mover for that, please.
I'll move.
Councillor Spoola, second. Councillor Bailey, all in favor. Councillor Goida,
In favor.
Councillor
In
Spoola,
favor.
Councillor Bailey,
In favor?
and Councillor Balmer.
In favor.
All right, so next on this list is public meeting. Public meeting, September 22nd, 2021, public information meeting held by electronic participation at 7 p.m. regarding the township's 2022 proposed user fee and charges bylaw. So we'll see everybody later tonight. reports, none from Portsmouth Fire, even though Mr. Big Rig was here. I don't know if he's still here. Oh, how long is this? All right, on to finance report 2021-029. Let me pull this up. All right, where's Miss Hassan?
Hi there, Mayor Seeley. So the purpose of this report is just to recommend that council enact a bylaw authorizing the entering into a grant agreement. Fortunately, we were successful with a grant application to the Minister of Employment and Social Development under the Enabling Accessibility Fund for our municipal office accessible washrooms and accessible entry project. So the financial implications associated with this project will be incorporated in the capital budget and forecast that will be presented to council in October. And so that's the purpose of this report, and I would be glad to answer any questions from council.
Thank you, Mary. Councillor Goida.
I have no questions. Mary is on fire with these grants, so great work. I have no questions. Thanks.
We're going to rebuild the municipal office one section at a time. Councillor Spoulos.
That's great work, Mary. I have no questions.
Councillor Bailey.
No questions. Thank you.
Councillor Balmer.
Thank you.
All right, get that resolution read, please.
The report FIN 2021-029 regarding the Enabling Accessibility Fund execution of grant agreement be received. And the council gave 3 readings to bylaw number 2021-050, being a bylaw authorizing the entering into a grant agreement with the Minister of Employment and Social Development under the Enabling Accessibility Fund for the municipal office for the accessible washrooms, including accessible entry.
All right, get a mover for that, please. Councillor Bailey.
Sure.
Seconder, Councillor Balmer.
Yes.
All in favor, Councillor Goida.
In favor.
Councillor Spoulos.
In favor.
Councillor Bailey.
In favor.
Councillor Balmer.
In favor.
And that's carried. I'm going to suggest a break of 20 minutes. So what do I have? So at 12:40 by my wristwatch, we'll return. I think this draft fences bylaw will have a lot of discussion, so it'll be nice to have a little break now. So we'll reconvene at 12:40. Welcome back from our short little recess. I will start with a roll call. Councillor Goida.
Present.
Councillor Spoulos.
Present.
Councillor Bailey.
Present.
And Councillor Balmer.
Present.
I believe we have 9.31 to discuss. I don't know if Ms. Hoyt-Fox, you want to give us a little synopsis and then get into the heavy hitting?
Sure. So staff initially reported on the application of the Line Fences Act in July of this year, and that was prompted because staff became aware that we did not have the minimum required line fence viewers appointed. We required 3 and we did not have that at the time. And so staff brought forward a report that outlined 2 options for council. The first to exempt from the Line Fences Act, and the second to appoint members of the Committee of Adjustment. And during those discussions, the third option was brought up to consider, where a bylaw determining the apportionment of costs for line fences could also be considered as an option. So staff were directed to report back on long-term solutions to the application or non-application of the Fences Act, and that in the interim, for a period of 120 days, that a bylaw will be passed applying or not applying the Line Fences Act to the township, just for that temporary period of time until a decision could be made on how to move forward. So the report and draft bylaw that you have as a part of your council package details the third option that was discussed at the July council meeting, where a bylaw could be brought forward apportioning the cost of line fences between owners and essentially relinquishing the need for fence viewers. So that's the approach that staff has taken at this time based on the July meeting. But bearing in mind that there's still other options on the table, this is just the current approach that staff are presenting. And we took the liberty of also developing a draft guide to accompany the bylaw, which was included in the package as well. So I'm happy to answer any questions or comments that council has.
Thank you, Ms. White Fox. Councillor Goida.
Thank you. This Line Fences Act. I think I had mentioned in July that when this, when this came before council, this whole thing of Line Fence Act and the role of a fence viewer was something I really didn't even know existed until that time. And so the idea at that time of passing a bylaw that felt as though we were taking away a service that could be of benefit essentially to resolve neighborhood disputes before they got ugly was of concern to me. I'm much more comfortable with it now that this new draft has been presented. I do find it's very well written, it's very clear, and it's easy to understand, particularly with the guide and the sample letters that are included in it. That being said, in my mind, I've tried to imagine a whole bunch of different scenarios and how this would apply. And I do think that there have been a lot of scenarios anticipated and incorporated into this bylaw. But if by chance there's something that has been missed, then I do fear that we leave the owner or possibly the adjoining landowner at risk. But like I said, this is a new concept and I don't know, I'm not an expert on this. At our last meeting, Councillor Balmer posed some really good questions. And I'm curious to hear what his comments are, as he has definitely a lot more experience with this. But in addition to that, given that this municipality has such a mix of small residential areas mixed with large rural agricultural properties, I would feel much better moving ahead with this if the public had an opportunity to consult on this before we move forward, so that they may bring attention to any issues that may not have been anticipated. I realize that would require the current temporary solution that we have to be extended, but I do think that it would be valuable information, just given the broad range of properties that are in the township. And those are my comments.
Thank you. Councillor Spillis.
Yes, I have several questions of staff. Have we had any complaints recently which would have necessitated line fence viewers?
That's a good question. We have not had any formal requests made for a line fence viewer to attend a property. There has been a recent hearing that the committee that PDEC heard with respect to property standards, but that was dealt with through the property standards bylaw, but it was associated with the fence. In general, staff did a review of not only our formal requests for line fence viewers, but also just general complaints about fences in the township, and we really don't receive very many. They've been very slim what we do receive.
Okay, the approach that you've taken, this again a question for staff. How do the other municipalities in the county handle this? Do they do it the same way, or they have line fence viewers?
We looked into that as well as a part of this draft. So Guelph and Massa Township has a bylaw that looks similar, but they apply it in non-agricultural areas. And so they do actually still use fence viewers in agricultural areas. And then they have an apportionment bylaw like this. The town of Erin has something similar as well, but they've split it up. So they have a fence regulation bylaw, and then they have an apportionment bylaw, and they also apply fence viewers in the agricultural area. The city of Guelph, who we neighbor, they've exempt from the Line Fences Act. So they do not have any fence viewers. So it's a little bit different with our neighbors. But it seems like most of them do have some sort of a regulation bylaw, whether it's apportionment or just general fence regulation in place.
Okay, I agree with Councillor Goida that we should take this out to the public before applying it. I think it's important, as she points out, that there might be issues that might not be readily transparent in reading this at the first blush. Perhaps there'd be some other learned opinions as well. So in principle, I'm fine with this bylaw. The way it's written, I had suggested some minor comments, and I'm sure staff will incorporate them. And the issue is, I'm also in support of staying this current need for line fence reviewers until such time as we get this bylaw through the public process and through council.
Thank you, Councilor Bailey.
Thank you. I guess I was just going to respond about the need for public input. From my perspective, the Line Fences Act seems to be a process where we don't have to come up and know all the situations that we're going to face. That's the purpose of the viewers. So trying to create a bylaw around every situation we can imagine really is not necessary or the intent of this, I don't think. I'm seeing the Line Fences Act as more of a preventative type process before something nasty situation comes up, whereas the bylaw is more of a reactive type process, and I'm the type to work more on the preventative approach. So I'd also like maybe from staff, or if Courtney can give me some clarification, when the bylaw officer would be needed. I'm trying to just gauge whether a bylaw officer would be needed more if we implement the bylaw, or more if we have the Line Fences Act, or if the viewers kind of become the mediator for us. Can you comment on that topic?
Certainly, thanks for the question. So the Line Fences Act is to deal with disputes about boundary fences between landowners. So the fence viewers' duties are very much focused on those types of disputes in trying to reconcile type of fence, construction, cost apportionment, and that sort of thing. Now, this bylaw is looking to no longer have the need for the fence viewers by laying out what that looks like in a bylaw. The bylaw itself does not place any more responsibility necessarily on the bylaw enforcement officer, simply because the provisions of the bylaw where they would be enforcing, such as site triangles, fortification offenses such as barbed wire or electrical fencing, those are dealt with already in township bylaws. So site triangles are dealt with through the zoning bylaw. Again, you know, the property standards deals with barbed wire, our fortification bylaw deals with electrical fencing. And then there's some state of repair, which is also dealt with in the property standards bylaw. So they're noted in this bylaw, but doesn't necessarily increase the responsibility of the bylaw enforcement officer, because those are things they'd already be regulating through the other township bylaws that we have.
Okay, so then does it put more work on staff to help implement this? Like other staff then? I'm trying to gauge.
Right. I think the idea is that it actually would alleviate resources needed by staff. So where we would be using the Line Fences Act, as previously reported in July, there's quite a bit of responsibility where a formal request comes in for line fence viewers on staff. So it requires staff to engage with the adjoining landowners to try to help them come to an agreement. There's a lot of procedural items that staff also have to take care of as part of that act. And then there's, of course, you know, issuing the actual order and the award. And there's a little bit of more administrative work associated with the Line Fences Act as it relates to staff. And then of course, the training piece of the fence viewers and the payment for them as well. So in comparison, I would say that the Line Fences Act has heavier burden on resources than the proposed bylaw that you're seeing.
Okay, do you think a guidance document like has been created in this bylaw, if it was prepared as something to give residents before they even get to the point where staff would have to do all that paperwork, do you think a guidance document could help alleviate some of that on the staff?
And you're speaking if the Line Fences Act was applied. So there is the province has an excellent guide for the Line Fences Act. It's something that staff utilize as well, just to better understand the act. So that's already available, and it would form part of the training documents that staff and fence viewers would use.
Okay, thank you for that. Thank you. We'll let Councillor Balmer go next.
Thank you, Councillor Bailey. Councillor Balmer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, and much like Councillor Goida, at the start of this process, I wasn't certain it was possible or practical to try and replace fence viewers with a bylaw that could anticipate every permutation and combination that we might find out there, as Councillor Bailey alluded to. But as I read the work that staff has done, I'm beginning to believe that it's possible. That doesn't mean I don't still have outstanding questions, and we're all trying to avoid the biggest pun of all, so I will avoid it as well, as to where I'm going to come down on this. But I guess I could divide my three remaining primary concerns are the fence viewers. When they're called out when the residents have been unable to come to an agreement, and that's what this bylaw is intended to replace, when someone has been unable to come to an agreement. But there is no requirement in the bylaw as part of, to prove or demonstrate that attempts had been made to come to an agreement, that any sincere effort had been made to come to an agreement prior to applying the bylaw. And so I think it might be helpful in that might be expressed somewhere in the bylaw and maybe be part of the notice to construct. The notice, as it's written now, anybody could just send a notice to construct, don't have to bother with the neighbor. And I think it might be helpful to somehow, if possible, incorporate in the bylaw some requirement to demonstrate a sincere effort to come to an agreement with the neighbor prior to initiating the process, the court process. The second piece, maybe a little harder to deal with in the words of a bylaw, relates to one of the features of the Line Fences Act is it gives the fence viewers the ability to apportion costs based on benefit and obligations. So it's not always 50-50. There are times when it could be 0 and 100. And I recognize that this bylaw has addressed some of those instances where it might be 0 and 100. What if it was the fence viewers could apportion it 75-25? So that's not a major issue, but that's what I'd be looking for as we tweak this, as we all send in our specific comments, that we make sure that all those eventualities are covered off, and we try as best as we can to recreate the benefit that the fence viewers provided before we take it away. And the third piece, and maybe the most difficult to deal with in my mind, is the fact that the use of the fence viewers, admittedly, I don't recall ever hearing of them being called out in my time on council. So that's 20 years. So the preventative part, the information part works quite well. But the one benefit I see to fence viewers that I haven't been able to even see simulated in this bylaw is the pre-construction adjudication of a problem. I think of even my own situation and many other farms across the township. I have 2.8 kilometers of boundary fence. Now I'm lucky, I only have 3 adjacent owners to deal with if I wanted to come to an agreement. But under the fence viewers, if we couldn't come to an agreement with one of them or 2 of them, that could all be dealt with up front, and the payment would be secured, not to me, but it would be secured prior to the construction of the fence. And if I was going to put it up around 3 sides of just my place, we're looking at $70,000 to $75,000, not including the cost of clearing the existing fence and updating, clearing the fence line. So having to do that under the bylaw means taking that chance that I'll be able to recover those costs afterwards and relying on the court. Now, I'm aware of other properties. If we look, imagine the property that goes behind all the homes along Hume Road. We had, when Hume Road was divided up originally, there were 2 100-acre farms, 2 100-acre farms on north and south side. Each were divided into 10 lots each. So the farm behind that, the property behind that, would have had a minimum of 10 adjoining neighbors on one side. I just can't get my head around situations like that if they had to go through this after the fact, they might be looking at 10 visits, 10 different court dates, subpoenaing our staff 10 different times. This is the part where I'm struggling. I fully support what staff is, and I'm going to continue to help staff make this bylaw better, because I think, as we've seen with other municipalities like Erin and others that have applied it in urban areas and left the fence viewers in place in rural areas, there may be some wisdom to that, and we may end up there. And I'm glad staff mentioned the city of Guelph that don't have fence viewers. There's a situation in the city of Guelph. I tried to get pictures of it before the meeting, where a large property owner couldn't come to agreement with all of the neighboring properties. I don't know how many of them, could have been 15 or 20 of them along the property line. And they just chose to put up a second fence on their own. So now there is 2 fences with a foot in between. And it's unclear who is responsible for weed control, all those things. It's because there was no one to adjudicate that boundary fence. They now have 2 fences. And I don't think we want that here either. So anyway, that's a long way of saying I support the direction we're going, but I'm not yet convinced that we shouldn't do something like Erin, where it's divided between urban and rural for the application of the bylaw. But I maybe have one question of staff, if I could.
Sure.
Thank you. Like other members of council, I kept trying to run different examples in my mind through the text of the bylaw. And I wondered, Madam Clerk, would there be a way to maybe simplify the presentation of it so that I could look up, say, my property and the neighbor's property, and bing, boom, I could see what the obligation would be, so I could just walk it next door and show them, we're going to build a fence. Here it is, so we don't have to interpret all the legalese of a bylaw.
Thank you, Councillor Ballmer. And as discussed, that's an excellent idea. And I think, as discussed, the best way to maybe demonstrate that is in a chart form. So, if owner property A and property B were 2 different zonings, or for example, if you're the owner and that's the adjoining owner, and you live on an agricultural property and they live in a residential property, and you're looking to build a pool fence, you could find where that is in the chart and and scroll your way down and identify, what does that cost apportionment look like? What does that construction look like for that type of a scenario? So I do think that's an excellent idea, and we can certainly incorporate that into the next draft.
I would find that helpful. And I think if we are going to take this to the public, I think they would certainly find that helpful. They could quickly see that we're not really changing anything that doesn't already exist in law, and what it would try to show is the fairness and equity of this. And again, in staff's defense and against my argument of keeping the fence viewers, you can see that in over time, I will convince myself I'm wrong. But the fact that the fence viewers haven't been called out in 20 years does suggest that good preventative measures could prevent, even under a bylaw, the need to go to small claims court. So I recognize that my own concerns are based on evidence that suggests it's unlikely to happen, but I still haven't been able to dispose of those concerns yet. So thank you very much.
Thank you. So I want to ask staff, excuse me, I want to ask staff. It appears that the concern is that it's going to be heavy on the administrative side. However, we've just heard that there hasn't been a call for a fence viewer in 20 years. To Councillor Spoulis's question about has there been any formal complaints, I received an informal inquiry about a line fence, and I believe those individuals are waiting for the outcome of these proceedings. So they may not decide to file one, but I did have an inquiry just through email or whatever the method was. So it seems to me the concern is it's heavy on the administrative side when there's a complaint, which likely there won't be one, or except for one I just discussed. And B, we have to train the individuals, which I don't know what that training would be, if it would be annually or just once per term of council, or how you would tie it. And then C, the ongoing costs. But if we're going to go to the public on a line fences bylaw and work through several drafts and additions, revisions, how much time is staff going to dedicate to drafting this bylaw in comparison to how much time it would take just to train up some fence viewers?
That's a good question, Mr. Mayor. The bylaw creation is time intensive, and that would be, for any bylaw. And staff recognize that. Likewise for public consultation, that's time intensive as well. I think the concern with having fence viewer appointments is making sure that we have individuals that are not only eligible, but maybe have the background to be able to perform that duty for the township. It's recommended in the act and in the guidelines to ensure that there's somebody that has an agricultural background, for instance, perhaps construction background. So it's obtaining those folks that are willing to come and perform this duty on behalf of the township. And then the training of them, outside of what's required just in their general background knowledge of it is the Line Fences Act itself, which staff could certainly do, and we could. And then it's just ensuring that, they're up to date as the years go on, perhaps without any application of the Line Fences Act. And then making sure that, when we do get an application, the timelines are extremely tight. So we have to follow the legislation in terms of those, have people out within 30 days of getting an application. So, and there's 3 of them that we need to have a minimum with potentially 1 backup. So there's just a lot of moving pieces there to make sure that that service level is maintained and is done so in a way that allows them to perform those duties. That in some cases, as we've seen, as we've read through this, it can be complicated.
Is there a possibility to run these 2 processes in parallel? So could we don't know if there's qualified, interested individuals in the community to be fence viewers. So as staff continues to work on the draft bylaw, can we put out almost like a request for proposal or a request for interest, and then tabulate, yeah, we have 8 people interested, a simple, what's your background, so that you could report to council and say, if council decides to go the Fence Viewers Act, we've circulated this X posting, we received 0 results, or we have a plethora of people. Is that a possibility to query the public to see if there's interest?
I may defer to our CAO on that. I don't think if that's how council directed us to go, I don't think there'd be any harm in kind of having that backup, but I'll defer to the CAO.
Sure. Experience with this has been that these are even harder to recruit for than crossing guards. Maybe I'll put it in that perspective, just because there's minimum training requirements that you need up front and experience you need up front. Plus then there's the ongoing, and then there's no guarantee of a number of callouts that they would get or what their workload would be to offset those training requirements. So past experience that I've had is it's very tough to find these people. So we could try, but getting someone to commit to something that they may or may not ever get called out for is a challenge.
I had one other point I want to raise about the bylaw. I would like it to include components of the Line Fences Act that permitted fences. So specifically section 19, and there may be others. So for me to be supportive of the bylaw, I want to ensure that it's not removing permissions that are currently available to owners in the urban and rural areas to have a fence or have it arbitrated or whatever the process will be through this bylaw. Councillor Spills.
Yes, so just following up on the point you raised, I was wondering if CEO can advise, is this something that we could share with, say, Guelph Aramosa? If they have line fencers, there's a possibility that we can share, or it has to be specific to the municipality?
Excuse me, I believe we looked into that. Ms. White Fox, can you refresh my memory? I know we did discuss this, you and I.
Yes. Yes. So the eligibility criteria, kind of outside of the requirements of having some expertise with respect to fencing, is very broad. So you do not need to live in the jurisdiction in which you're performing the duty. So potentially we could reach out to Guelph Aramosa, but we've not done that yet.
I like that idea. Okay. So further comments, questions? Councillor, I'll go around. Councillor Goyda.
I do think that's an excellent idea that Councillor Sapoulis has just mentioned, to potentially inquire about sharing the fence viewers, especially if they already have some appointed. I think there is also some value in exploring, especially after hearing Councillor Balmer's comments, in potentially having fence viewers for agricultural properties only and the bylaw for others, although I realize that that doesn't really eliminate any administrative work, but there is potential value there. In any case, I would like to see this go to public meeting, but I think there's still some work to be done before we're ready to do that as well. So those are my comments.
Councillor Spillis.
I'd like to make this process as painless as possible for staff and everybody. If not splitting it is the way to go, then let's do that. And understand where the mayor's coming from. He's looking at running the two in parallel. I don't have a problem running the two in parallel. At least you'll know what's happening, but I did hear what the staff said. They basically said we'd prefer not to have fence viewers and follow the Line Fences Act because it's very time consuming. This to them would be less time consuming. So my comments are, I'm okay if we want to run the two in parallel. And if we are doing the two in parallel, we should extend the leave time for the bylaw.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Spillis. Councillor Bailey.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if within the bylaw, can we shift it to a pre-construction type trigger, or does it have to be post? I'm wondering if
I'm sorry, just to clarify. So
before the fence is
certain
built.
Sorry, go ahead, Councillor Bailey.
Sorry, just before the fence is built.
Okay, so there's certain aspects of the bylaw that are required to be done prior to construction, such as notice, and the guide does suggest that there be more than one attempt with the adjoining landowner to come to an agreement before notice is sent. So all of that is the way the bylaw is written, that is supposed to happen before the fence is constructed. It actually doesn't allow you to retroactively go back once something's been constructed. But I do see the concern with no cost apportionment is actually achieved prior to construction. So the owner actually isn't receiving funds prior to constructing the fence in this model, in this draft. If they go ahead with the construction without an agreement from their neighbor, then they're doing so at their own cost, and then they will be needing to recover that after the fact.
Great, okay. And I know with our last discussion on this, I thought it was a great idea trying to use the Committee of Adjustment, since they're already part of the community, they're already quite knowledgeable in what goes on. Why can we not be pursuing that option and maybe just renewing or training every 4 years as they come in, making it part of their sort of job description?
Yep, that is definitely still for council's consideration. It was one of the options presented in July, and it's up to the direction of council if that's the way you'd like to go.
I'd like to comment on that point, Mr. Mayor. People.
Councillor Spoulos, Councillor Spoulos, hold on one sec. I just want to give Councillor Balmer an opportunity because I was going in order.
Sure, okay.
And I'll circle back to you. Councillor Balmer.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, I must admit, if we were going to put this on the Committee of Adjustment, it would be a Committee of Adjustment role because they already do adjudication. I wouldn't want to see that come in midterm. It would be something that would be applied, you know, in the new term, and it's training that's done up front. But I understand we've already burdened the existing PDAC is already doing probably 2 or 3 different jobs. So if we were going to do this, you know, I think the Committee of Adjustment is already doing property standards appeals and possibly others. So I can anticipate Councillor Sapoulos' concern, but it would be the only place other than with the fence viewers that I would be comfortable placing it because they're already trained in adjudication. Boy, this sort of took me off. I was thinking another direction before that came up. So if I could, Mr. Chair, I'll let Councillor Sapoulos, I'll turn it over to I'll turn it back to you. And while I go back to thinking about what I was thinking about before.
Sure, Councillor Spoulos.
Yes, exactly what Councillor Bowman said. It's coming midterm. The terms of reference that these members signed up for did not include this, and this could potentially be a lot of work. They all are working individuals. They have the time in the evening. They make the time on the weekends to go visit the properties, and I can see this being difficult for them to undertake during under the current rule. Perhaps, as Councillor Bowman suggests, this could be considered as part of the next wave of PDAC members, but I think this is a very highly specialized area that would require specialty people, as our CEO has pointed out. It's not something that's you can give to somebody who's a resident and say, you know, here you go, now you're going to be a fence viewer, we're going to train you up and go to it type of thing. They got other obligations as well that they're trying to accommodate in their private lives.
Okay, thank you.
Can I have a turn again, Mr. Chair?
Oh, sure.
Can I
Well, I haven't had a chance to speak.
Oh,
when we
okay,
went in order, but
all right,
that's okay. I'll yield my time to you, Councillor Balmer.
Well, thank you. I just wanted to go back to what my thought was prior to talking about signing it to PDAC or the Committee of Adjustment. The suggestion, or we've been talking about the application of the bylaw in the urban areas, or possibly even on urban and small rural lots, you know, lots under X acreage if we decide, and the line fences act continuing to apply on large agricultural properties, you know, similar to how maybe Erin or Guelph
Am I here? Oh, I see
Yeah.
Jessica blanking. Lost
Yeah.
Councillor Bulmer.
Yeah, we lost them.
We also get a sense of their history on how many times fence viewers have been called, the cost to train them, cost to maintain training, that sort of thing. So since we're haven't had to do this for a while, we're somewhat speculating on the burden this would be, and perhaps we get just some feedback from our neighboring municipalities. And has it been a burden to maintain that split system? So we know before we decide to split it or to go all the way one way or the other, we have some sort of numbers to go by. Is that possible, Madam Clerk?
Yep, certainly. We've already begun that conversation with our member municipalities, just as drafting this bylaw, so we can reach back out with those questions.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome. Councillor Bulmer, you were broken there. We lost some of what you had to say, but I believe we heard enough to understand where your direction was going. Your internet cut out there for a moment, but so staff's main concern of drafting the bylaw is so that we don't have to go through the administrative process of complaints plus the training plus the costs. If we then do the viewers for the agricultural and enact the bylaw, then that argument to me is out the window, because we're going to have to find fence viewers, we're going to have to train them. So for me, it's either one or the other. And if it's one or the other because we were going to split it, then I'm leaning towards the fence viewers, because we're going to have to train them up anyways. At this point, I'd like to see things ran in parallel. I think maybe one of the councillors would propose a motion. Key thing is contact the Committee of Adjustment, see if there's any interest in being interim fence viewers until we can change the terms of reference and possibly put it in for next term. Contact Guelph and Mosa, similar situation, see if they're willing to take on this role for us until we're able to train up our own. Then go to the put out a public ad looking for interested parties for being fence viewers. It doesn't guarantee employment, but find out what's out there. And then staff in parallel continue to develop this bylaw, and we revisit it whenever they feel it's appropriate. So those are my comments, and I know we're going to go around again, but we'll see what you have to say. Councillor Goyda.
Yeah, I think that's a really good idea. It's just the right now we have a temporary application or we have a bylaw right now that's temporary for the non-application of the fence bylaw. While this work is being done in the background, can we extend that temporary non-application, or does that create problems in itself as well? I guess what I'm asking is, yes, I think it's good that all this work happens, but we also need a solution in the interim. And I just perhaps would refer to staff as to what they would suggest is the best avenue to go for that.
And so Councillor Goyda, oh, sorry, Mr. Mayor.
No, go ahead.
Are you suggesting that the temporary bylaw, the 120-day period, be extended in order for these tasks to be completed? Is that the idea?
That would seem like the simplest solution, but I'm not, because we've already moved it to be a maximum of 120 days. Is it as simple as just saying we'll just extend it longer?
We could bring that bylaw back in October. The 120 days, I believe, expires the beginning of November. So we would still have an opportunity to bring back that bylaw to amend it.
Okay.
Council, yeah.
Okay, then I'm good with that approach.
Okay. Councillor Spoulos.
I'm good with applying the two in parallel. Sure, I'll be glad to move a motion that staff continue working on this bylaw, and in parallel consider hiring fence viewers by canvassing the Committee of Adjustment, by putting ads in the paper, by discussing with Guelph Formosa the use of their fence viewers.
Okay, I would tweak that as, you said hiring, so I wouldn't want to add in the paper saying we're hiring.
No, I would
fence
say
viewers, but-
solicit,
Solicit,
come out
okay.
for expressions of interest to be fence viewers.
Yeah, I'm just gonna get a quick seconder for that, so that we're a little proper. Can I get a seconder for that? Thanks, Councillor Bailey. Okay, discussion, I'm still just going around, so Councillor Bailey?
Yeah, I think that sounds good. I think there is a little more information that we need to gather at this point. I mean, if part of the qualification is being having farming background and construction background, I think you've got a big pool of people to pull from in Puslant. So it'd be interesting just to see what the interest is out there. And then maybe we can have a better idea of time commitment and like, really, I mean, we've had no calls and no requests for fence viewers. So to say there's a commitment of time is not quite accurate. You know, it's not going to be a lot of time commitment, you know, and I can't imagine the training's all that encompassing. So anyway, I just like to gauge some interest. So I like that where we're going here.
Councillor Bulmer?
Thank you. Yes, I support Councillor Sapoulis's direction, and as someone with both construction and a farming background, I would consider myself qualified if the title were fence adjudicator and not fence viewer. So I guess I wouldn't put my name in, but anyway, thanks. Moving on from there, I support the direction that Councillor Sapoulis is suggesting.
I think it's a great opportunity for people in the community to give back to the community and provide a service, albeit maybe not very frequently. But let's find out where, if there is any desire to do that. So Ms. Hoyfox, can you read the resolution that Councillor Sapoulis proposed, just so we're all clear, and I'll go around again.
Certainly, mine's set up a little bit differently than Councillor Sapoulis. I just tried to capture everybody's comments about what they'd like, so I'll just read out what I have. That report ADM 2021-060 regarding the draft line fences bylaw be received, and the council directs staff as follows. Contact the Committee of Adjustment regarding interest and potential appointment possibilities. Contact Guelph Hermosa Township about a shared servicing agreement for fence viewers. Advertise the position of fence viewers to gauge interest. That staff incorporate council's comments into the next draft of the line fences bylaw. That staff contact member municipalities regarding applying both an apportionment bylaw and applying the Line Fences Act. And then that bylaw 2021-039 be amended at a future council meeting to extend the temporary non-application of the Line Fences Act beyond the 120 days.
I don't know if that last part should be in there, because that should be a separate amendment to a motion about the extension. So I felt you were saying that at a future meeting by October, you would come forward and require an amendment.
Okay, so I can take that out, and then just with council's direction, staff can bring that back in October.
Well, if I could, Mr. Chair, just a question on that point.
Sure.
I would prefer to have it left in, just in case. I don't know how many meetings we have in October. If we only have one, will we have time to bring it back? So if it's back, we can always just turn it down. At least if it's on the agenda, it's there for consideration.
We only have one meeting in October. Well, I would want to take it out and just propose an amendment to that bylaw, and we'll deal with it separately. I prefer to be a little cleaner that way.
Well, they were just proposing to bring it back, not that we amend it today.
I'm confused. I thought that's what I said, to wait to bring it back.
What I was trying, maybe I didn't communicate it well enough, but just what I was trying to say is that the resolution is just giving us direction to bring the bylaw back in October.
Oh,
We're not
sorry.
looking to amend it today. Yeah.
Sorry, I misunderstood. Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Bulmer. Okay, so can I get we have a mover and a seconder for that, Ms. Hoyfox?
So long as everyone's all right, our original mover was Councillor Sapoulis and our seconder was Councillor Bailey.
Okay. All in favor, Councillor Goyda?
In favor.
Councillor Sapoulis?
In favor.
Councillor Bailey?
Favor.
Councillor Bulmer?
In favor.
That is carried. All right. Next one is report ADM 2021-061. And Ms. Hoyfox, when you're, I don't want to go too quick. I just want to make sure you're ready to go.
Thank you. Yes.
Yep. Okay, this one's from Glenn. I'll maybe give Glenn the floor. Maybe give us a bit of a background on it and maybe highlight, there's a lot of information there and where his concerns lay. If you don't mind, Mr. CAO.
Sure, that's fine.
Thank you.
So as council will recall, there are a number of comments and concerns that were compiled following the most recent PIC that MTO held. So those comments were submitted to the province, and the response that we received is presented here in this report, along with the staff comments to that. The project basically has two phases, the mid-block interchange and then the Morrison bypass. Those are the two main ones that they've got set up for this. We had an update meeting, as my report indicates, on September 13th, basically just discussing the first phase, which is the mid-block, and just trying to work out some of the details. All the local municipalities were there at that meeting, and we're going to be bringing some additional information to council with regards to that at a future meeting. But basically, just so you know, that the time frame for their schedule is the tender that they have for their design build for that component of the project that closes in the fall of 2021. They're also going to come, they agreed to come to council prior to a PIC, a second PIC that they intend to hold late in 2021, and they're going to come to council before that, which is a good thing. And they're looking at council or contract award of that RFP or tender in early 2022. So that will be to the completion of the design work, and then the actual construction of it. Their process that they're using is basically they're going to get it to 30% design level and then hand the project over to the consultant, and then the consultant will finalize the design and then build it. So given that, when you went through the comments and our staff responses to them, they've addressed a number of them. But the primary ones that I'd suggest are emergency access. They still said that, well, we haven't addressed those, but that will be dealt with during the detailed design. That can be a concern. Past experience has been that it usually goes one of two ways. You sometimes hear that, okay, yeah, we'll do it in detailed design, and then it is addressed in detailed design, and then the matters are resolved, and that's fine. Sometimes, unfortunately, experience with the MTO has been is once they get to detailed design, they say, oh, well, sorry, it's too late to address those concerns. Not suggesting that this is what they're going to do, but that has happened in past projects. So we like to try to avoid that if at all possible. So there's that, plus still the remaining concerns associated with the noise study that they did, where they said it didn't meet the thresholds. So long story short, what my suggestion would be, council asked for them to come and present and be a delegation before the next PIC, which they agreed to do. And since they're planning a PIC late this year, my recommendation would be to take them up on their offer, have them come back, make a presentation to council of whatever they're going to be presenting in the PIC, and then ask them to specifically speak to the outstanding issues that council identified with regards to noise, emergency access, and access to those employment lands. The employment lands obviously is a concern. I don't know if I hit that as one of the highlights here, I apologize, but that remains a concern. Basically, where it seems that we're kind of at a chicken and egg scenario where they're saying, well, we can't make a final determination on whether there's going to be access because we haven't seen a traffic plan or a development plan. And then, well, the owner of the property, which obviously is not the municipality, hasn't prepared a development plan or a traffic plan because they don't know what access is going to be or if there is going to be any access. So I believe that there's still some outstanding resolutions that council passed in years previous that kind of are remaining out there that we could specifically ask them to address when they come back. But that would be my suggestion. So basically take them up on their offer, have them explain the new PIC information, plus speak to our outstanding concerns. Then I'd be happy to answer any questions from council that I can.
Thank you. Councilor Goda.
Thanks. Yeah, to be honest, it's a little disappointing that the responses to the specific comments weren't really addressed. And particularly the responses that relate to the future property entrances and the emergency services. Those will both have direct impacts on our community as a whole. And it is a concern that it seems to have a, we'll deal with it later kind of a vibe to it. I agree with the, with our CAO's comment and the staff comment that there is a risk if we don't address these things now that the MTO could just indicate later in the process that it's too late. So I think it is important. I'm glad to see that they're willing to come to council before the next public information center. And I agree that we should be formally requesting that. I think the CAO's idea of sending them in advance the specific concerns that remain outstanding and indicate that during their presentation, we would like them to respond to those items specifically. Hopefully that will provide some pressure for at least an answer to the specific question, as opposed to deferring the concerns to the next stage or the project team. I think that we need some assurances that our specific concerns will be considerations in the design and not that they may be. So I agree with that approach, and I'm hoping that they will agree to that.
Councillor Sapoulos?
Yes, the points I had is this future entrance. This was, there was a motion back made in 2017 and was approved by council. And the options for the connection to the designated employment industrial lands, my recollection is that there were two options, both proposed by the MTO, and we selected the one that provides flexibility to connect to those development lands. So there must have been some communication between staff and them at that time, but this is what's going to, our preference is this, and there has to be some back confirmation from the MTO that, yeah, we understand. So I hear what Councillor Gorda and our CEO are saying, but I think we should, on this particular point, press them ahead of the meeting, see if they get any response on that. With respect to the emergency services, again, there's an outstanding documentation that were provided by emergency management, county emergency management staff, and supported by the fire and ambulance. So I think that has to be also pursued ahead of the PIC. In other words, let's see what they come back with before the meeting. The issue on the noise, well, noise is going to be an issue. And to me, saying, well, we're going to look at a later date, well, okay, confirm that you're going to look at a later date. There's some residences, there's 7 or 8 that are going to be suffering if nothing is done. And that's not right. And the other point I wish to make is the allocation of funds for staff to look at whatever hotspots there are. I don't know what they are, what they'll be, but I think I'd like to staff to consider as part of the budget process to add what they think they will need in the budget to review hotspots. Like, to me, this hotspot is the future property entries. That's a hot item, as likewise is noise, as likewise is the emergency service concern. So those are my comments on this matter.
Thank you. Councillor Bailey?
Thank you. I don't have any new comments to add. It just sounds like everyone's in agreement of what the priorities are, and we just want to push at different levels. One's a little bit before and one's during. So I don't want to get to the point where they've said, oh, we're too late. We're past the point of figuring that out. So I think we really do need to push to try to get some of these priorities answered. So I'll support that. Yeah, getting the meeting and having the questions poised ahead of time to them.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Bulmer.
Yeah, thank you. I think we're on the same page here. It's better to keep it on the burner before it gets too late. Especially one of my noise for the residents and the access to the employment lands. That's something we had talked about. We even had a delegation from the residents there, and I think we know it's going to be a problem, and to delay it only doubles the impact. Why not construct it all at once? That just seems simple. If we know there's going to be a problem, let's deal with it up front. And I must admit, I don't know what flipped in my mind this time reading this report, but I finally understood one of the emergency services concerns that I didn't quite grasp before regarding accessing the northbound lanes, especially north of the 401 or even yeah, I can see why they're pushing for some way to be able to get to those other than waiting for Hamilton to come all the way up Highway 6 to get at it. So there's lots to, I think, as Councillor Spoulos called them, hot spots to work on. So I think staff has a good understanding of where we'd like to go with this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bulmer. Yeah, I agree with all the statements made. I'd like to focus the hotspots around the mid-block interchange because it's supposed to start construction next year, and those employment lands are dearly important to us. Ms. Hoyt-Fox, do you need specific resolution, or is just direction to staff enough? You guys understand the direction from council?
So I think we lost our CAO on the call. I don't see him, and I would just maybe want to see just what he would like, but I've captured 3 main points that council has brought up. So we can either do as directed as we did with the planning report, or we can list them, whichever you prefer.
Would you mind reading those 3 main points for us, please?
The staff be directed to review the 2017 council resolution outlining council's direction, and that this be considered prior to the Public Information Center. That allocation of funds for staff to review hotspots as be incorporated as part of the 2022 township budget. And that staff requests that the MTO attend a Portland Council meeting to address the specific concerns as outlined by council.
Councillor Spoulos, does that capture it well enough?
I think we want them to come back to us before the public meeting, specifically with respect to our hotspots. In other words, the noise impacts, the emergency services concern, and the access to the industrial employment lands. In other words, when we go to council, we want to know what they said to us, what they said to staff before they come to council.
Sorry, I think I'm misunderstanding. So we want them to, what we're asking is for them to come to council and have these discussions prior to the PIC?
Well, they're going to come to council and talk about the PIC. And we were going to ask them at the PIC, at the council meeting, well, what about the future entrance? What about the noise? What about the emergency services? What I'm suggesting is that we communicate with them beforehand to get an official statement from them. And then when they come to council, we have their official statement and we can go after them at that time.
I see. Okay, so the correspondence is to be sent in advance when we request the meeting with the MTO so that they're prepared for the meeting with council.
And they communicated back to us ahead of the meeting.
Okay.
That's a mover. Can I get a seconder for that? Councillor Goyda. Still waiting for our CAO. He's trying to get back in right now. We can carry on. Just like the mayor, Matthew? If we
Yes, we have
the CAO, that the wheels will keep turning.
We have a process for that.
There he is. I think he's
I
back in.
apologize for that. The connection dropped there.
No problem. I think Ms. Hoyt-Fox, maybe want to do question or get some guidance possibly. Or are you comfortable now, Ms. Hoyt-Fox?
I'm just redrafting a little bit what we just talked about, and I can just read it out in just a couple minutes if you bear with me.
Sure. Mind putting it on your screen? Oh, maybe we don't need it. This one's pretty
I
simple.
can, if I tidy it up just a little bit, and then I'll put it up there, if that's okay.
Yeah, I don't, we may not need it.
Glad Councillor Stapoulis is on our side.
Did I miss any questions? I apologize.
No, I don't believe so.
Okay.
Basically, just want we want to pose those hotspot questions to the MTO staff around the noise, around the access, the emergency access, and then we want their response ahead of them coming back to delegate to council, so that so as in John's words, we can pick on them. He maybe didn't say that part, but he did.
Okay.
I believe he would like to hold them accountable for their answers.
Oh, that's what that's right. That's what he said.
You have the suave response.
And then Ms. Whitefox was just redrafting the resolution. When you're ready, Ms. Whitefox, you can reread that.
Yes, sorry, just one moment. So. The staff be directed to review the 2017 council resolution outlining council's direction, and that this be considered prior to the Public Information Center, and that allocation of funds for staff to review hotspots as part of the 2022 budget process be allocated, and that staff send correspondence to the MTO outlining the concerns related to access, noise, and emergency services, and that staff requests a response from the MTO prior to the MTO attending Portland Council to address these specific concerns.
Councillor Spoulis, shall we be more specific about the 2017 resolution in that it chose a preferred option for access to the employment lands and get a response on that specifically? And then I thought you listed 2 or 3 items that we would want specific responses to.
Okay. Could Madam Clerk put it on the
yes
screen and we can amend it appropriately?
Sure.
Just want to try and keep it as specific as possible. Hopefully we'll get some good answers out of them.
Okay, so what we want to do is, okay, the allocation of funds for staff to review hotspots as part of the 2020 budget was B. That's fine. That staff send correspondence to the MTO outlining concerns related to access to the development land, specifically the 2020 council resolution.
2017 council resolution. Okay.
Yes.
Yep.
Noise.
Noise impacts.
Proper phrase is noise impacts.
Mitigation. And noise mitigation, I believe, is what we're looking for.
Yeah, noise impacts is what is stated in the staff report. Noise impact mitigation.
Can we just list, sorry to interrupt, but should we list that it's those, how many, 6 or 7 residences? Because I don't want them giving us noise impact, around the mid block. It's about the residents specifically, correct?
Correct. It's the identified properties. Noise impact mitigation to the identified affected properties. And emergency services concern.
Access
emergency service
concerns.
Related to access. Timely access.
Sorry, Councillor Spoulos, but emergency services concerns related to the northbound lanes of, I believe it was the Hanlon that was specifically mentioned.
To the northbound lanes of the Hanlon
Expressway. I don't want to get a generic response from them. This way it'll be nice and specific.
Okay, so the way it reads, Council Bowman, that staff sent correspondence to the MTO outlining the concerns related to access to development land, specifically the 2017 Council Resolution, noise impact mitigation on the to the identified affected properties, and emergency services concerns related to northbound lanes of the Hanlon Expressway. And that staff requests a response from the MTO prior to the MTO attending Bush Lynch Council meeting to address these specific concerns.
All right, that was moved and seconded by Councillor Goyda. You're still comfortable with that, Councillor Goyda?
Yep.
All right, any comments?
No, that looks, I guess there is one comment. The first point that you've written there, are we not double stating it in the last?
Yes, we are. I read the last two bullets, so my concern, I read the
Yeah,
last.
okay, now that looks, yeah.
The first bullet, no.
Yeah, that looks good to me now.
In favor?
In favor.
Councillor Spoulos?
In favor.
Councillor Bailey? Comment or in favor, or both?
Yeah, do we need a more specific date instead of just 2017 council resolution?
Well,
Police
okay,
staff have it.
we can, resolution.
We can incorporate that when we-
2017-113.
Because, you know, that's 12 months of.
Sorry.
Yeah.
So Mr.
No,
CEO
sounds
says
good.
they can.
In favor.
Okay. Councillor Bulmer.
Thank you. I didn't hear, did they use the word development lands or employment lands in the text of the resolution?
It's development lands in the resolution.
Is our concern with development lands or employment lands?
Whatever the designation is of the lands where they're
Okay.
building the mid block. I don't know. I think it's future employment lands personally, but I don't know. Staff?
I believe that's correct, yes.
It's the designated employment/industrial lands.
Thank you. In favor with that minor modification.
Okay.
Employment/industrial lands. Lands.
S.
Lands.
Lands, yep,
S on
got it,
lands.
sorry.
All right. Still in favor, Councillor Goyda?
Yes.
Still in favor, Councillor Spoulos?
Yes.
Still in favor, Councillor Bailey?
Yeah.
And Councillor Bulmer?
Yes.
Good, it's passed. Work. Thank goodness Ms. Hoy Fox can type. 'Cause the two-finger tornado over here wouldn't be doing it very well. All right, next report is from our CAO on the Guelph Junction Railway. Mr. CAO?
Sure, thank you. Three updates for council. The Hume Road crossing has been completed. Don't know if any of you had a chance to go past it yet. I did with our Director of Public Works, and I think it looks quite good. They did a good job on it. I know he indicated he was pleased with it as well. And indications are that it came in under the reduced budget that we had. So I'd like to thank him for his efforts in making that happen. That was a very good thing. Railway tie cleanup. You may have seen there's a larger pile there now. They've consolidated them all so that they're easy to pick up, and they are still supposed to be going away this fall yet, which is a good thing. And then there's also the information with regards to the transloading that has been going on with the PDI. products that are there in the vacuum trucks, and that thankfully has stopped, which is a good thing, and they've relocated that work to somewhere else. So I just wanted to share that information with council.
Excellent. Councillor Goyda.
Well, thank you very much. This to me is a great news story. I know that there was a lot of time and work that went into making this happen, but the end result is that it's a very positive change for a lot of families in this little village. So I think it needs to be said, a huge thank you to the Puss Lynch staff for initiating the meetings and working through the discussions and the correspondence with the City of Guelph, but also a big thank you to the City of Guelph for showing with action that the relationship between the neighboring municipalities is valued. It's important and it's very much appreciated. It's also really great to hear that regular meetings and discussions will continue between the township and the Guelph Junction Railway. And if nothing else, I think this whole process has really demonstrated the importance of open dialogue and consultation. And looking ahead, that will continue to be of great importance and a crucial piece if that siding is, should the use of that siding change again. So thank you. This is really great news. And that's all.
Thank you. Councillor Spoulos.
Yes, I echo Councillor Goyda's praise to staff. It is very well, and I'm glad that this was pointed out to council and this issue of the noise, and we were able to deal with it. My comment is long-term. The letter suggests, this is from the Grand Junction Railway, Guelph Junction Rail, that they may be coming back and recommencing transloading. The first time that the previous transloading operation started without any consultation with our community. And I'd like to suggest that we communicate to Guelph and the Grand Junction Railway that before any transloading is done, they do a proper impact assessment and in accordance with applicable laws and guidelines, and that they consult with the township residents.
Okay, that's a moved motion. Can I get a seconder for that? Councillor Bailey, thank you. I'll just have comments first on the CAO's report, and we'll come back to Councillor Spoulos', which is probably incorrect because I tabled it. So, but anyhow, Councillor Bailey.
Yeah, no new comments. Appreciate all the work that went into that and the open dialogue that's been started and hopefully will continue. So thanks to staff for that.
Okay, Councillor Balmer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I concur with Councillor Goyda, and I agree that before vacuum unloading or any other unusual type of unloading takes place that generates a lot of noise, I'm hoping they will learn from this process and they will have a public process to address it, because I think one of the reasons things were so successful here is both staff and council kept the dialogue respectful and on topic regarding the issues there, and that always helps, professional to professional. So I commend staff and council for keeping it respectful and professional, and for listening to the concerns when they were brought forward and taking action on them. That's what we're here for. When something is out of the ordinary, we deal with it. And then but I guess we have a motion on the floor you want to return to after. So thank you.
Great work by staff. I know the families that live immediately beside this siding are ecstatic. The impacts on their lives was incredible. When I let them know when that email came out, oh man, they were so happy. So it's great that the community has got a win under their belt, and appreciate everything the CAO and everybody involved has done for this. So we do have that motion that was moved by Councillor Spoulos. Maybe you could just repeat it because we had some comments, please, Councillor.
Yes, that the, before any resurgence of transloading, or, and I'll paraphrase Council Blumer, or any other unusual operations that generate noise, that the GRCA undertake an impact assessment with in accordance with applicable laws and guidelines, and consult with the township residents.
Okay. And who do I have second that? Councillor Bailey, I believe. You're still comfortable with that?
Yeah, did you say GRCA?
I meant GJR.
Yeah.
GJR, I'm
GJR.
sorry. Grand Junction, Guelph Junction Railroad, yes.
Yeah.
Councillor Goyda?
Apologies, in favor.
Okay, Councillor Spillis, you're, well, that was comments first. I'll come back.
Sorry, okay.
That's okay. Council, you moved it, Councillor Bailey? Any comments on his motion?
No comments.
Okay, Councillor Balmer?
Thank you. Yes, thank you, Councillor Spoulis, and thank you for the minor amendment. I want to make sure we're focusing on what's new and caused a problem, because I don't want them to feel they have to come back to talk to us or the residents when they're going to use it in a manner. They've been transloading. They use the term transloading to mean taking anything, going there with a forklift and taking something off a rail car and putting on a truck. So I don't think that's what we mean. At least that's not what I wouldn't expect. That's not my expectation that they would need to go to the public for that. But if it's going to create noise, and I think absolutely the residents that could be impacted by that noise need to be circulated. So I might ask that it's not the residents of the township, it's the residents that most likely to be impacted by the noise. So I don't think people at Puslinch Lake need to be circulated or included. They might be aware of it through a public process, but my focus would be on the residents most likely to be impacted by whatever noise that they're going to generate there from a vacuum unloading or other such noisy operation. Does that make sense, Councillor Spoulis?
Yes, it does. When I said township residents, I guess I assumed that it was clear there would be the people living in the Arkell area. But for clarification, we can say the township residents living in the Arkell area.
Perfect.
You're still in favor of seconding that, Councillor Bailey?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I like that.
Okay. Does council require me to have Ms. Hoyfox read that resolution again? It's nods ahead if you want it read again. No, not seeing. Okay. All in favor, Councillor Goyda?
In favor.
Councillor Spoulis?
In favor.
Councillor Bailey?
In favor.
And Councillor Bummer?
In favor.
Okay.
Mr. Chair,
Sure.
There was some comments made with respect of there's going to be a public meeting. That in spite of this, I defer to Councillor Goyda whether or not there is a need for a public meeting given that this has occurred.
Well, I probably, I think that if that question was posed to the train committee, that they would say that they would still like to have a public meeting. However, I believe that the intent of the public meeting would be to discuss the impacts of the noise and vibration assessment that they completed. But I have been made aware that that study has been made available on the City of Guelph website, and so that information is accessible. So I'm inclined to say that the need for a public consultation at this point in time is not of any benefit, unless as our previous motion indicates, at the time where if and when they want to start using that siding again for unloading with a vacuum truck that incurs noise, I think that would be the appropriate time to have that public meeting. That's just my thoughts on it.
That is my question, Mr. Mayor. I'm fine.
Thank you. Ms. Hoyfox, do we have to receive any more resolutions for that? I believe we received the one for for information from Mr. Glenn Schweidinger. I'm fumbling my words. Do we receive that one?
So I had used that resolution I had amended to include the resolution about the noise impact study. That's the way I have it drafted, and that's what I understood we were doing.
So we're good to go on to the next report?
Yep, yes.
Excellent. All right. This one, oh, we get to hear from, is Miss Banks going to give us a little synopsis on this one?
She is
Still
available. Yes, she is. I will
Yes.
just move her over just a moment.
This is the one Councillor Goyda declared a pecuniary on, so we'll welcome back, Miss Banks.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of council. I've never felt so popular in one day, shall we say?
We haven't seen you in 2 years. Now we see you every 2 hours.
I know.
This is
It might
fantastic.
become a thing. You never know.
Okay, perfect. Okay, well, whenever you're ready.
I'm ready. So this report deals with the property. It's a golf course located at 7660 Maltby Road East, which fronts in part onto Maltby Road East and in part onto Victoria Road South. Earlier, in 2010, they entered into a site plan agreement with the township, and for the purpose of operating a golf course. And then earlier this year, they applied for a zoning bylaw amendment to allow for a rezoning of a small portion of the property, which for the future they want to put a residential dwelling on. That was approved. Shortly after that, they applied to the County of Wellington to sever that small portion of property that was approved in the zoning bylaw amendment. And one of the conditions of the consent was that the owners had to convey a road widening to the city of Guelph, which was done. Now the owner's lawyer has requested, because most road widenings and daylighting triangles have to be conveyed free and clear of any encumbrances. There is the site plan agreement on the portion that was conveyed for the road widening. They've requested that the township release the agreement only from the road widening that fronts on Victoria Avenue, Victoria Road South. So yeah, that's the report.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Banks. Councillor Spools.
I have no questions. Good work, staff.
Uh-oh. You there, Councillor Spools?
Yes.
Oh,
Did you hear me?
Yep. Either my internet's going lousy or.
I basically said that I have no
back?
comments on good work, staff.
Yeah, we can hear you, Councillor Sapulis.
Okay.
I was cutting out. I couldn't hear him. Councillor Bailey.
Yeah, I have no questions either. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Bulmer.
Thank you. No
All right.
questions.
Can I get Ms. Hoyt Fox read the resolution?
Yes. The report PD 2021-001 regarding the release of an agreement registered over part lot 15 concession 9 designated as part 1 on the reference plan, the road widening be received, and that council give 3 readings to bylaw 2021-048 to authorize the release of the agreement as outlined in the report.
Mover for that, please. Councillor Bulmer.
Yes.
Seconded by Councillor Bailey. All in favor? Councillor Spools.
In favor.
Councillor Bailey.
In favor.
Councillor Bulmer.
In favor.
That's carried. Wait for Miss Councillor Goyda to come back. There we go. Welcome back. 943. Telecommunication tower. Ms. Hoyt Fox.
I can speak to this one if you like.
Oh, I saw her name on top. I had a 50-50 chance of getting it right.
That's all right. Only one thing to add to this. This is as council will see, a license agreement for the installation of a communications tower to the rear of the municipal facility. One slight revision has been made following a question we received. There's a clause in there that said for future connections for other telephone companies, but it's also been reflected to include telephone or ISPs. So internet companies could install equipment on there too. So that would still be permitted and then follow the same process and everything else would apply. So that does provide that flexibility too. So this is a good news story for the municipality, but for the community as well, in terms of improved communications in the area and just all the benefits that brings too. I can speak to that if there's any questions with regards to the planning aspects of it. Ms. White Fox could possibly speak to that.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Goida.
Thank you. I do not have any questions or comments.
Councillor Spoulos.
Yes, I likewise don't have any questions or comments other than to thank staff for making this happen. It was a site that I believe sorely required a tower.
I keep losing Councillor Spoulos. I don't know if it's my internet or not, but as long as everybody else heard it. Councillor Bailey.
Yeah, no questions. Thank you very much.
Councillor Balmer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I think we also owe a thanks to Councillor Sapoulis for introducing us to the service that CRINS provides. It would have made this, without their service, this would have been a far more difficult process, I believe. So having a third party work on our behalf through this process, certainly I think gives it some credibility. Thank you very much.
Ms. White Fox, could you read that resolution, please?
That report PD 2021-003 regarding the telecommunication tower proposal, Signum Wireless Corporation at the site location concession 7, rear part lot 20, municipally known as 7404 Wellington Road 34, be received, and that council authorizes the release of the concurrence report to Innovation Science and Economic Development Canada regarding the proposed 60-meter Signum Wireless Corporation self-support structure with ground building, and that council authorized the mayor and clerk to sign a license agreement between Signum Wireless Corporation and the Corporation of the Township of Puslin attached to this report, the Schedule B.
I'll move.
Okay, thank you. Can I get a seconder?
I'll
Councillor
second.
Spoulos, all in favor. Councillor Goida.
In favor.
My internet is messing up.
In favor.
Councillor Sapoulis.
In favor?
You there, Councillor Spoulis?
Yes, I said in favor.
He said yes.
Okay, my internet's acting up. I'm gonna have to hotspot my phone. Where are we? Councillor Bailey?
In favor.
Councillor Balmer?
In favor.
Awesome. I'll try to work through this. I'm sure you'll all be disappointed that I can't speak very much because my internet. I believe we're on the building report. Is that correct, Ms. White Fox?
Yes, 9.4.5.
All right. Is Andrew or I don't know if he's here or not.
No, he's not here today. He's on inspections.
Okay, I'll just ask you to read the resolution, Ms. White Fox, and staff that are present will try to answer any questions if there are any.
That report building 2021-003 with respect to the building department quarterly update for April to June 2021 be received for information.
Your mover for that, please.
I will.
Councillor Goida, seconded by Councillor Bailey. Questions, Councillor Goida, or in favor?
No questions. The building department has definitely been busy, and I'm in favor.
Councillor Spoulis.
I'm in favor.
Okay, Councillor Bailey.
I'm in favor.
Councillor Balmer.
In favor.
Excellent, that's carried. I believe the next one we're on to is 9.7, kitchen, Puslin Community Center kitchen renovation. Mr. Fowler, do you want to speak to that?
Sure. So the purpose of this report was to inform council that the commercial kitchen had been tendered and the result had come in. The initial budget identified through the asset management plan was $100,000. Currently, we received 2 bids, and unfortunately, they have both come in over budget. The purpose of this report is to inform council of the options or the consideration of additional funding to continue this project on. And I take any questions regarding procedure or construction, and I will ask Mr. Than for any help with financial questions.
Thank you, Mr. Fowler. Councillor Goida.
Yeah, thank you. Unfortunately, right now, I know firsthand that this is the reality in the construction industry. It's unfortunate that this is such a big number, but I can attest that it is reflective of the current situation throughout the industry. My initial thought was that perhaps we should hold off and wait because the cost of some of the building materials like lumber is coming down, and that may assist in bringing down the cost. However, running concurrently with that, I know that the ability to find labor is very difficult right now, and the construction industry has exploded with demand, and so that there's a risk in waiting that we might not get this project done in a timely manner. So that being said, I agree that doing it sooner than later while the facility is closed is still the right approach. My only question is whether it's worthwhile looking at splitting the tender up into two components, and one being specific to the equipment and one being specific to the construction, because they're two very different sort of, I guess, projects almost. They are together, but a tender for commercial kitchen appliances is very specialized, and the construction is separate from that. So I don't know if there would be any potential savings if we split it into like that. I don't know if staff have looked into that.
My comments on that would be, and maybe Mr. Fowler could speak to it too. My suggestion would be that if we would do that, we'd have to retender, which would take another considerable length of time. And then there's no guarantee on what pricing we would get because they've committed to that pricing at that time. So whatever we would retender at, the prices could be even higher for other materials too, right? So perhaps their purchasing ability for some of this equipment could be better than ours too. So I know that'd be my suggestion, but Mr. Fowler?
Yes, I completely agree. Referring back to several years ago when we purchased the bar cooler, after reviewing the fridge cooler unit pricing, it seems to be falling in line, maybe 1% increase, but both companies have come in basically within industry standard for pricing. So for the township to separately tender, I don't feel we would really gain any type of cost savings.
Okay, that's good. That's it.
Yep. Councillor Spillis.
Yes, I'm concerned that we're getting value for our dollar. I'm going to ask a series of questions. Was there a cost estimate done before tendering? In other words, to anticipate the increases that Councillor Goida was suggesting?
I can speak to that. So just based on review of the capital budget and forecast over the years, this was an item that was added in 2014 and prepared by the previous director. I don't believe when it was prepared in 2014 that it wasn't an engineering estimate or a detailed breakdown or itemization of costs.
Okay, a follow-up question on that. Are there other items like that in the budget? Because I don't like surprises like this. This is $100,000. I know you're saying you got funds to take it out of the asset management plan, but there's got to be a limit. You do 10 of these, you're up to $1 million.
For Ms. Hassan.
There's nothing
or the asset
additional
management
that we're aware of at this point, no. Other projects that would be in a similar situation. Unfortunately, the reality is that this is what's being experienced. in construction projects around the area. I've double checked with other municipalities, all kinds of construction projects, whether it's facility work or some infrastructure work, water, wastewater treatment plants. A lot of them are coming in higher than what even engineering estimates were that were prepared just prior to tendering. So I don't know if that answers your question or not, but that's the information that we have available.
Okay, I understand what our Director of Finance said. This was a number prepared in 2014. Did we prepare an estimate of cost before going to tender?
I'll defer to Mr. Fowler for that one.
So with the architect that we hired, I can basically no, there was no cost breakdown as far as individual pricing, whether it be stainless steel, lumber, tile, ceiling tiles, etc. So she basically summed it into basically a cost per square meter. And after the tender results had come in discussions with her, her only comment was that she agreed with the costing, as it seems to be falling in line with industry-wide commercial projects.
Okay, you mentioned the major appliances. Are they in line with what was assumed for the cost of these appliances? And what would be roughly the total cost of appliances?
So roughly the total cost of the two major appliances requiring replacement are the commercial dishwasher and the commercial cooler, both vital, in my opinion, appliances for this kitchen. And we're looking at a total of around $23,000.
Okay. So question along the lines of what the Councilor Goyder was saying. She was asking whether it be retendering based on a supply of materials and then installation. I'm looking at it slightly differently. In other words, you have contractors whose specialty is washrooms, and you have contractors whose specialty is kitchen areas. Would retendering with separate contractors provide a more competitive bid?
So in the scope of work, the actual washroom that's been identified is basically, it's basically a powder room. So it consists of a sink and a toilet and all the accompanying fixtures. What's been identified for this rehabilitation of the bathroom is basically continuing the new flooring into it, new paint, and upgraded toilet. So to the scope of work wouldn't really warrant an individual contractor to come in. The commercial kitchen contractor is well within the skill set to accompany this job.
Okay, a final comment. I'd like staff to give a consideration to know what the price is roughly before going out to tender. I'd like to have some comfort that we're not overpaying, this is what it is type of thing. I've heard that qualitative statements that the industry is what it is. I accept that, but certainly to know that before tender, at least would have some confirmation of the true price of the approximate price of the work, and we can make our comments accordingly after that, or decisions, I should say. Thank you.
Just to clarify, Mr. Sapoulis, so basically the scope of the work, it is entailed, it was decided upon both through myself and the architect, where it's basically modernizing the kitchen. So when I say modernizing, I refer to, non-slip flooring that will basically transition up the wall where we're not left with seams where grease and dirt can form. We're removing some millwork to be replaced with stainless steel countertops for ease of maintenance and basically cleanliness. And another big ticket project that was identified was currently the gas stove, and we'll say back surface stainless steel requires a deep cleaning. Again, this falls in line with basically operationally through the rental agreements with the PCC, a lot of onus is placed on the renters to clean up after themselves after rentals. Over time, probably the past 10 years, you know, renters just want to get out of there at the end of the night. So there's not a lot of consideration into properly cleaning the room once they are done. And at this time, due to staff resources, we just cannot have a cleaning staff there available once the renters leave. So the consideration was ease of maintenance and keeping this investment in the best shape possible. That contributed to some of this cost.
Yeah, I understand what you've done. All I want to do is make sure we have a comfort feeling that we're getting value for money, and by having the necessary understanding what we're walking into before the prices come in and we say, oops.
Are you talking going forward, Councillor Sapoulis?
Yes, I am.
Thank you.
That is noted. Thank you for the comment, and we completely understand the concern and the perspective.
COVID has caused us a lot of problems. This is increased costs is another one of them, unfortunately. Councillor Bailey.
Thank you. I just had a question on how long the renovations are proposed to take.
Currently, once approval is made, we can identify or let the contractor know that it has been awarded. The general timeline for construction is about 2 months. There is some concern about the appliance availability due to a backlog in manufacturing.
Okay, so I guess my comment on that is if we you wait to try to get costs of materials to come down, and then you have to close the community center for 2 months to do the construction, that also doesn't make a lot of sense. It's better to go ahead now while it is closed. So you might be spending a little more money now, but then you won't be losing it later if and when we're able to have it rented. So, so I guess just tacking on to Councillor Stapoulis's comments, is there any benefit to trying to find some cost savings in materials or modifying the materials and then putting it out to tenders, or any benefit to trying to look for cost savings that way?
Maybe I can speak to that. And I know Mr. Fowler can answer a little bit after when I'm done as well. But I know that when the design work was being undertaken, that was the direction that was given to our architectural firm is let's make sure that this is a cost-effective design, that we're not using extravagant or overpriced materials or anything like that. Like, we need to have this appropriate for the use and to be cost effective. So I'm not sure there's going to be a whole lot that we could change. And if we would change, then again, you're subject. You've got two options, and is to retender or issue change orders. And in doing that, almost always costs go up instead of down. So that would just be my advice. But I don't know, Mr. Fowler, you have anything to add to that?
A, I absolutely agree. B, we had, in my opinion, a fairly healthy vendors list that the tender was sent out to. Fortunately, we only had 2 submissions. That number one tells me, as Councillor Goyda indicated, there's a lot of work out there, and there's also a lot of a shortage in skilled labor. I don't foresee costs coming down within the next 5 years. I think basically what we see today is probably what we'll see as costing moving forward. And again, 60% of a lot of construction jobs include labor. So I don't think we're going to have that changed either. So to have those considerations made, take in conjunction with the facility already closed due to COVID, I don't really feel we'll be farther ahead if we were to retender in 1 to 2 years.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, tend to agree with you there. So thank you.
Okay. Councillor Balmer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I recognize that part of the shock here is because we had a number that maybe wasn't, completely reflective of the scope of work that we're looking at today, and it's from several years ago, and maybe wasn't as up to date as we might have liked for this project, but it still doesn't mean that I'm comfortable with double the price. Mind you, I've been spending earlier this week and last week pricing stainless steel components myself, and the price of stainless steel has just gone crazy over the last little while. And my suppliers, my manufacturers can't even guarantee the price beyond a week. That's the price today. Next time they order it could be different. So I understand the volatility and the price peaks that we're in right now. But what are the critical components? Like I'm trying to figure out what's critical about this, that it needs to be done when we're at the peak of cost, as opposed to, is there something, what's the risk other than if we have to close it for a week to get the job done in the future, of repricing this, rebudgeting it all, making sure we go to get it all right, and we do it, we put it off a year, maybe two, when the volatility in the market sort of evens out and we're back in a more normal situation.
To answer that, Mr. Ballmer, I would, again, we're talking about, we're not talking about a residential kitchen here. We're talking about, basically, it's a commercial kitchen. This is a kitchen that is going to be used by, endless amounts of different renters. Basically, this is a 20 to 25 year cycle where if council chose to go ahead with stainless steel over, say, a melamine countertop, you're going to be paying for that durability, and whether it be residents that come into the facility and to rent the kitchen or the entire building, they will see that time and effort and quality of material went in for their rental needs.
Understood. I'm just trying to get a sense of what's critical. What's it critical at its life end now? What are the critical pieces that need to be replaced? Because you remember, I'm old enough to remember when this kitchen went in. I'm old enough to remember when that dishwasher went in and that new fridge went in. So I'm trying to figure out which of these components are the critical ones that need to be replaced now, that is driving the need for it to do it at this time. Not questioning the quality that we replace it with at all. I recognize that the investment in a stainless steel countertop over time will pay off, notwithstanding that we're only on our second countertop in there now over in 40 or 60 years. But I'm trying to get a sense of what's critical about moving it ahead this year.
Mr. Fowler, is the kitchen at end of life? Is there any compatibility of the existing appliances with the new design? I believe there was some concerns there with the dishwasher and the tray, so I believe that's the direction Councillor Ballmer is going.
My apologies. I understand now. Yes. So currently the cooler unit is unplugged. Once we plug it in, the compressor unit is pretty much smoking. So this unit has been decommissioned. The commercial dishwasher, after inspection through our vendor that looks after it, we have about a 4-year life cycle left with it. As the machine works well, like good enough to clean dishes, it's the existing, we'll say, infrastructure around it. The cabinets are falling apart. Basically, there's a lot of water damage to the exterior one kitchen wall where the drywall needs to be replaced. And as far as millwork, it's the melamine surface is peeling. The floor, it needs to be replaced just due to grease and stains over the years. So again, I find it difficult to try and piece together what could be replaced and what could be left without it coming across as just a hodgepodge fix for now. So
no, that's fine. I'm just what I've heard from you. Then there are several components that have reached their critical end of life stage. That's what I was trying to get at. Is it just one piece? But it sounds to me like we've got problems with the wall, problems with the dishwasher. And to be fair, I've heard complaints over the year with this dishwasher is as effective as it is, it requires some skilled operator. It's not as automatic as some commercial dishwashers could be for, you know, having different people using it. So I think I'm
That's correct.
seeing here that the time is of the essence, not just because we're closed for COVID, but also because the facility itself is at its life. And I'm trying to see, you know, you've explained to me that there may not be a year's left once we get the thing opening again. The health unit might have issues with the countertop. The health unit's certainly going to have issues with the fridge. We got extra life out of the original fridge because the health unit allowed us to unplug it and only plug it in as needed. This fridge has been plugged in solid for 20 years straight. So it's got a lot of time on it. Okay, I have a question, I guess, then for Ms. Hassan. We were fortunate enough to receive some COVID money to offset losses during COVID. Is it possible that we could apply some of that, if there's any leftover in that account from the COVID money, that since the additional costs here are related to issues created by COVID, we could apply some of that money here instead of pulling it out of the asset management plan?
Councillor Ballmer, unfortunately, the COVID money is for operating items, not capital in this manner. So the guidelines are quite specific in that it should be for operating shortfalls as it relates to COVID.
Thank you. So we couldn't use it to pay for the labor and not the materials. Okay. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Hoyt Fox, could I have you read that resolution, please?
That report REC 2021-002 regarding the Puslynch Community Center kitchen renovation be received, and that the tender for the Puslynch Community Center kitchen renovation project be awarded to Straycore Incorporated at their tender amount of $197,807, inclusive of the non-refundable portion of HST, and that the remaining portion of funding required of $127,807 be funded by the Asset Management Discretionary Reserve, and that council authorizes the mayor and clerk to sign the required contract documents.
Yeah, mover for that, please. Councillor Spoulos, second by Councillor Goya. All in favor, Councillor Goya?
In favor.
Councillor Spoulos?
In favor.
Councillor Bailey?
Yeah, in favor.
Councillor Ballmer?
Can I put my hand up very slowly?
Yeah, or you can decline, or you can.
Yeah, I reluctantly, this doesn't look, I realize this is a difficult decision, and but I guess I'm in favor. I have to come to terms with it sometime. So thank you.
I understand it's difficult to see the large number, and it's well over our projected budget. Hearing what Mr. Fowler had to say with the concerns with the deep cleaning, which would be grease, and the slip, maybe a non-slip floor would reduce some liability, which would be an added bonus. It's the COVID pricing is not great, but it will hopefully, when we come out of this, we'll have a great facility that'll be booked solid, and we'll see our rental income on the budget through the roof and offset some of this. So it's great for our community to keep our facilities looking nice. All right, what are we on to now? So that's carried. I believe I am up. Council reports, is that right, Ms. White Fox?
Yes, correct.
Council, I had a 5-hour meeting on the roads committee for the county. It revolved around the roads master action plan, the Aberfoyle road diet, speed management guidelines, community safety zones. It was very thorough. I've asked staff to put it into a folder for your review. The biggest concerns that I saw was that there was no appetite for any traffic mitigation through Aberfoyle. I'm sure you're all aware that there was a resolution from this council for Councillor Spoulos to go and delegate to the roads committee on, trying to change some traffic patterns and lines. All of the reports that we received that day were not in favor of essentially any mitigation of traffic for Aberfoyle. And it was a very difficult position to be in. And I didn't agree with a significant portion of the report. However, I didn't feel that the time was there to pick a fight. And the major report, the recommendation was that the county take no further action until the Highway 6 bypass was completed. And I pitched it to the committee that we amend that resolution to put in or the mid-block interchange, because the studies they did were saying that the mid-block interchange wouldn't affect traffic patterns significantly enough in Aberfoyle to warrant the road diet. And they put a lot of weight on the fact that any road diet would mean that traffic that isn't going through Aberfoyle would have to be absorbed through the local members' roads, and they felt our roads didn't have the capacity or the ability to sustain heavy truck. I disagree with that. Concession 7 from 34 to 46, as we've just rebuilt that as an aggregate haul route. When the mid-block interchange is built, the remainder of concession 7 south of Maltby will be a connector road from the mid-block interchange to a county road. So it would be up to standard for trucks. And then you can start to see the traffic flow could transition to the west. So that was my desire, is to pump the brakes on them and tie it to that mid-block interchange. As we know, we've had reports today, they're starting the underground work. That should be starting construction 22, 3 to 4 year construction. Then we can revisit the traffic flows. The other thing that was alarming for me coming out of the committee meeting, and it was said near the end, was that staff is to report back on, the expansion of Brock Road to 4 lanes from Clare to Maltby. So what they said is, we don't believe there's a road diet. What we do support is staff coming back with the preliminary design work almost of Brock Road going to 4 lanes. And so I feel we as council should request county staff and their consultant to come and present to us their reports that are in that folder that staff has put together that are pertinent to the road diet and the mid-block interchange, so that we can ask them and give them our direction. To me, I feel that the widening of Brock Road shouldn't happen prior to the completion of the mid-block, because we won't know the true impacts of the traffic. And there's talk of all day or 2-day GO service to Guelph or to Kitchener. Anyways, the province of Ontario is increasing the frequency of the GO trains. So between COVID, having people working at home, realizing they don't need to go to the office every day, they might do a hybrid of three days in the office, 2 at home, more accessibility to the GO train, which will reduce car trips, the mid-block interchange. I would be very suspicious, I'd be skeptical that the numbers would warrant widening of Brock Road. And those are the questions I think we should ask of the county, and then we should form an opinion or a position on whether we support the widening of Brock Road, and give the county our opinion on that once we have that presentation. I would rely on staff to filter through those reports that I provided from the county on which ones we asked to be delegated to us for, because it is the road diet, and I forget the roads master action plan, and there might be a third one. So I'll finish babbling there, and I'll open it up for questions. Councillor Goyda.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Can you just clarify the part about the expansion of Brock Road? Where is that? Where are they looking for direction? What portion of Brock Road?
They're not looking for direction. Staff's gonna report back on the implementation of widening Brock Road from County Road 34 north to the City of Guelph boundary.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that would be dramatically increase the traffic through Aberfoyle, which is exactly the opposite of what we're trying to achieve. So I would agree that I agree with your take and your thoughts on it, and I would be supportive of them coming to council to discuss that.
I forgot one component, and I'm going to screw up the terminology, but they did a study on, oh gosh, what did they call them? It's like the corridor study, and they had 16 of them, and they're the higher volume areas, and then they narrowed it down to 11, and then there was recommendations for somewhere those flashing speed signs and other forms of mitigation, and Aberfoyle was excluded from that. And I made a motion at the committee to have Aberfoyle added to this corridor study, and it was declined by recorded vote. I was the only one in favor. The general consensus from the other members was it wasn't an appropriate place to add in individual areas that are concerned, not having your Wellington County hat on, you're having your mayor hat on. So it didn't go, but I don't feel that that's done yet. I have another chance at county council, but that's something, if they come present, I feel we should question them on, because Aberfoyle is one of the busiest, if not the busiest corridor. It meets most of the criteria if you go through the speed mitigation flow chart that they've implemented. So it's anyhow, a couple disappointing things. Be great to have them down here, and then we can get some clarity on their position and get that Aberfoyle corridor reviewed. Councillor Spillis.
I don't know if Councillor Gord is finished yet.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Goyda.
The only other thing that I would ask, and you did allude to it, is the reports and the information from that meeting, if it could be made available to council, that would also be very helpful.
I'm pretty sure Ms. Hoyt Fox put it in a file on the shared drive. Is that not Ms. Hoyt Fox?
Yes, correct. They should just be in the council share folder, just in the main folder. I believe it's titled the County Roads Master Action Plan documents.
It's more reading. There's a lot there. It's good though.
Okay, thank you.
No problem. Councillor Spillis.
Yes, did you have a chance to forward the 2 reports dealing with the diet to staff to put in the folder?
I believe I asked. I resent it. Ms. Hoyt Fox, did the diet make it into the folder? If not, we'll make sure it's
I
there.
believe we included the 4 separate emails, Mr. Mayor, that you provided us, and they're in subfolders within the main folder, but we can double check to make sure that's there.
Yeah, I was trying to, I think it was 13.1. There was one of them I might have missed when I was trying to forward the email. So we'll just, you and I can follow up. We'll just make sure that one's in there.
Sure.
All right, Mr. Mayor, I entirely support your position on this. I find it disappointing that it's roads first, people second, and that's not the intent of community building. You can't build a community by putting roads ahead of a community. The fact that we're looking at the Morrison bypass, that certainly has to count for something. The fact that we're going to have a mid-block interchange, that has to count for something. I'm almost tempted to suggest that we engage our own consultant to provide learned comments, because me going down to them and saying, I don't think you need it, they're not going to listen to me. I think they'll listen to an expert who says, yeah, our professional judgment is bang, 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 bang. So that's my thoughts. We may want to consider that as part of the budget process to provide funds to have our own consultant study. And I believe your suggestion one time was perhaps we can do it as part of this road master plan. I don't know, that's a possibility to include that as a sub study of that.
So I'll question you. So in Center Wellington, they're trying to get a bypass around Fergus and Elora. And when I brought it up, I said, well, why are we doing a bypass around Center Wellington and Fergus and Elora, and we're just trying to jam more traffic through Aberfoyle? And there was a lot of weight put on the fact that Center Wellington had hired a consultant to identify that it needs a bypass. And I got a little testy. I said, well, I don't need to pay somebody $100,000 to tell me that we need to move some traffic out of Aberfoyle. So I was hesitant to bring that option to council. And then the county spent a lot of money on a consultant to just put together 4 reports that tell us no. So from your previous, like as an engineer, if I'm an engineer and and we're of equal qualification and I have an opinion, you know, you wouldn't go against my opinion as a fellow engineer. So if we hire a consultant, at least that's my understanding, Councillor Spillis, if we hire a consultant, is there even any remote possibility that they would give an opposite opinion to a other professional?
It's like the hydrology engineers. It's how you interpret the data. It's strictly data interpretation. You can look at the numbers, you can look at assumptions, and you can come up with different conclusions.
Okay, I just didn't want to spend money.
I don't think you're asking somebody to criticize the report. What you're asking for is a peer review of their analysis to see if there's another alternative way of looking at this. Perhaps they didn't give the weight that you suggested on diversion over to the mid-block and exchange. Perhaps there is a lot more weight on that should be done.
So, yeah, I just being cautious. I didn't want to.
No, I understand that there's ethics involved. You don't have one engineer criticizing the engineer's work. It's a question of looking at the data and saying, look, if you look at the data this way, it looks that way. And we can ask our consultant, sit down with their consultant and see what works.
So there's a few things that they put a lot of weight on. The one was this ratio that I believe it's trips per hour, and it has to be below 0.8. And I think Brock Road, the 2-lane part, is at or projected to go to 1.2. So then then they say, oh, it's going to cause delay and congestion. Well, I'm okay with delay. They'll slow them down a little bit. But the other component they were saying is that driver choice. They said if they were going to the east end of the city, there would be X amount of minutes. And if they were to go to the Hanlon, it would be longer. So they're not going to choose that. And I have some problems with that because if I was going to the east end of the city, I would get off at Guelph Line and I would come up Guelph Line and come in Highway 7. So the choice would be long before Brock Road. And the other example they gave was, well, it's longer to go to the west end of the city if you go up the Hanlon. I completely disagree with that. I had physio twice a week on my hips after my surgeries for 2 years. I could make Stone Road in 11 minutes, mostly driving the speed limit. But if I went up Gordon, like a Brock Road, Gordon across Stone, it'd be double. So I saw some inconsistencies. I would have to drive it maybe, but I think there is some opportunity for some different opinions on it, but I was just making sure that there wasn't some
understand
ethics
your
code.
reservation. It's a question of looking at the data and interpreting it and looking at the saying if there's something missed here. And there could be something quite innocently missed or not accounted for in the information.
Yeah, I'd support looking at it through the budget process so that see some costing. So anything further, Councillor Willis, before I ask Councillor Bailey?
No, I'm good, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Bailey?
Thank you. Yeah, I'm in support as well. I like the discussion there around finding out what it would cost to do some digging of our own, some studies. I think looking through different lenses, it can impact what the studies show, right? So, looking at it from a pedestrian perspective versus a flow of traffic perspective, can give a different picture. So, yeah, I don't know if you're just looking for support for anything particular, just to have them come and present, then I'm in favor of that for sure.
Yeah, I'll talk to Ms. White Fox about what's in that folder in a moment. Really, it's just around the widening of Brock Road. We really need to get ahead of that. So, and the Aberfoyle Road diet and all the reports associated with that, because that would encompass about 3 or 4 of them, and that'll keep us pretty busy. Councillor Belmer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I'd like to ask them how they come up with the name road diet as opposed to road girdle. But I understand what they're talking about there. And I must say, I share Councillor Sapoulis's, I support his suggestion of perhaps we need to have our own consultant on this, particularly when you look at the fact that Aberfoyle the corridor was excluded. So if it was excluded, it means it wasn't considered, and it needs to be considered. I think we're going to see significant change when that mid-block interchange is built, especially if we direct the change. We can influence the change by how we deal with these roads. If Brock Road through Aberfoyle was no longer a county road, we could direct all the truck traffic from McLean and from the corner of McLean and Brock up to the mid-block onto the Hanlon, or right into the industrial park of Guelph. So there'd be no negative impact to truck traffic transferring Brock Road from a county road to a township road. I also have concerns about the moving ahead with the expansion or widening of Brock Road north of 34 prior to the mid-block being built. This has been a concern of Township Council for years, and I seem to recall when we first started talking about it, the environmental assessment was 20 years old at the time, and I keep hearing that same number every time we talk about the environmental assessment. It's 20 years old. It's kind of like that painting in the attic that never ages. Regardless, it's still 20 years old, and things have changed and things will continue to change. So I really think that we've got to help the county to see that, yes, maybe Aberfoyle is not downtown as Fergus and Elora have downtowns, or maybe even Arthur, but it's our downtown. As close as we have right now, Morriston and Aberfoyle are as close as we have to a downtown, and we want the stores that are there, we want it to be possible for people to stop. We want it to be possible for people to walk. We want it to be possible for them to consider it their downtown. And I think that's where the county and the township are on different paths right now, and seeing how to make that happen. So I think I would support Councillor Sepulveda's suggestion of looking at how we can deal with the Aberfoyle corridor like the other ones have been dealt with. And if that requires hiring a consultant to do so, I think it's worth that investment in our community.
So one thing I just want to clarify, when I said the Aberfoyle corridor wasn't considered or reviewed, it was under their corridor review policy, but for the road diet, they did look at it. So there's a couple different reports there, but I felt it unjust that the busiest corridor in the county didn't make it into the first corridor review. I mean, I hate to bud to the front of the line, but the reality is, anyways, it gets thick. Miss Hoyfox, I'm not sure if you're able to share your screen and show those files I forwarded so we can make this resolution a little more simple. Is my attempt anyways.
And so which files, sorry, specifically did you want me to pull up?
Those PDFs that I sent you to put into a folder for council. It was the road diet PDF, and then that way when we word the resolution, we can just identify the reports that we want county staff to come down and speak to us about.
So it looks like the only one that's not in the folder. So we have the intersection assessment. We have the speed management corridor review.
So that one, I think we should, I don't believe we need to have them speak to the intersection review at this point. So the speed management, the Aberfoyle, I don't know if I still have
and it looks like the roads diet one is not in the folder. So perhaps that just was missed in email, but we have the speed management guidelines. We have the speed management corridor review, and we have the intersection assessment.
I would suggest that the speed management guidelines, the roads diet, and if there's any action on the widening of Brock Road, and I'll look to either, I'm trying to find the PDF, so I'll have to forward it later. I can't find it right now. Sorry, Councillor Spoulos, do you want to put a motion forward? You tend to be pretty good at it.
Well, I think what we're trying to do is that council requests county road staff to come and give a presentation with respect to the reports presented at the County Roads Committee that specifically impact the township of Portsmouth.
I think that's perfect. And if you just put the County Roads Committee meeting on September 14th,
sure,
then we're good. And then staff can hash out which ones they're going to talk about. And by then, members here we'll make sure we get those proper reports in that folder. You can take a look at them and you can request other ones on if you wish. I guess seconder for that, please. Thanks, Councillor Bailey. Ms. Hoyfox, did you want to repeat that for us? Maybe.
Sure. So I have them receiving, I have the resolutions receiving your updates, Mayor Sealy. So I'm not sure if that was the only update you had.
Yes, it is.
Okay. So the council receives the mayor's updates, and the council requests the county roads staff to provide council with a presentation with respect to the reports presented at the County Roads Committee meeting on September 15th, 2021.
14th.
That affect the township of Portsmouth.
Okay.
Did you catch that, Ms. Whitefox? The 14th.
I did. Yeah,
Okay.
the 14th, and that affect the township of Portsmouth.
Okay, and you seconded that, Councillor Bailey? Okay, questions or comments? And in favor, Councillor Goyda?
Just the budget piece, does that need to be added into the motion?
Sure.
And sorry, could you just clarify what that is for me? Just
Councillor Spos.
Yeah, I was suggesting that staff consider hiring a consultant to review the thinning of the road diet through Aberfoyle with a different lens to see if there is a way of convincing the county to agree with our assessment.
Through the 2022 budget process.
Yeah, so to me, if you do that as part of the budget submission, say, well, here's what you guys asked for, it's we need this amount of money.
You were seconding that. Councillor Bailey, you're okay with that amendment to that you seconded?
Yeah, can I hear the wording?
Yeah, that staff consider staff include in the 2020, 22, 20 in the next budget funds for a consultant to review the road diet through Aberfoyle.
Yeah.
Okay, just good at seconding that. Okay, Councillor Goyda?
I'm good with that.
Okay, in favor?
Yeah, in favor.
Okay, Councillor Spos?
In favor.
Yeah, Councillor Bailey?
Favor.
Now, I know Councillor Bulmer, I probably should ask for comments from you first, but do you want your comments and then if you're in favor?
In favor.
Oh, excellent. Okay, so that's carried. Any council reports from members of council? No. Okay, bylaws? This way?
Yes, that the following bylaws be taken as read 3 times and finally passed in open council. Bylaw 2021-048 being a bylaw to authorize the partial release of a site plan agreement with Deodoro Enterprises Limited with respect to a portion of the property known as 7660 Maltby Road East. And bylaw 2021-050 being a bylaw to authorize the entering into a grant agreement with the Minister of Employment and Social Development under the Enabling Accessibility Fund for the municipal office, the accessible washrooms, including accessible entry.
You're gonna move her for that, please? Anybody? Councillor Spillis, seconded by Councillor Bailey. All in favor, Councillor Goyda? I lost her.
No, I'm sorry. Would it be possible?
Because you have a.
I'm sorry, and I didn't
we're gonna remove
indicate
that one.
that, but
Yeah.
can I separate 12.11?
Why don't we just leave you out? We got quorum here.
That's fine.
Just abstain.
That's fine.
She's gonna declare pecuniary on the bylaw resolution. So declare pecuniary. Declare pecuniary.
I'm
on the
declaring a
bylaw resolution.
pecuniary interest on the bylaws for the same reason previously stated.
Thank you. Okay, all in favor, Councillor Spoulis?
In favor.
Councillor Bailey? Oh, gotta have quorum. Is she there? We got quorum. I'm here. Yep. Okay, in
Me,
favor, Councillor
favor.
Palmer?
In favor.
All right, so that's carried. I'm gonna take 10-minute break before we go into closed. Just come back at 3:10, please. All right, welcome back, everyone, from that short little break. I'll do a quick roll call. Councillor Goyda,
Present.
Councillor Spoulos,
Present.
Councillor Bailey,
Present.
and Councillor Bulmer.
Present.
Excellent. And Ms. White Fox, could you read the resolution and go into close, please?
Yes, the council should go into closed session under section 239 of the Municipal Act for the purpose of adoption and receipt of the previous closed minutes, September 1st, 2021, and 13.2 confidential report regarding advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose, procedural advice regarding the procedural bylaw.
Thank you. A mover for that, please.
Move.
Councillor Spoulos, seconded by Councillor Goyda. All in favor, Councillor Goyda,
In favor.
Councillor Spoulos,
In favor.
Councillor Bailey,
In favor.
Councillor Bulmer.
In favor.
All right. Thank you. Ms. White Fox, could you read the resolution, please?
The council moves into open session at 3:29 p.m.
Got a mover for that, please?
Move.
And seconder, Councillor Spoulos, all in favor, Councillor Goyda,
In favor.
Councillor Spoulos,
In favor.
Councillor Bailey.
In favor.
All
I'm in favor, even though I can't hear you.
right, oh, my internet's maybe acting up. I called on you, but maybe my internet acted up. Sorry about that. All right, Ms. White Fox, is there another resolution?
Yes, that council receives the adoption and receipt of the previous closed minutes for September 1st, 2021 closed session, and the confidential report regarding advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose, procedural advice regarding the procedural bylaw.
Thank you. Mover for that, please.
Move.
Councillor Spoulos, seconder, Councillor Goyda, all in favor, Councillor Goyda,
In favor.
Councillor Spoulos,
In favor.
Councillor Bailey,
In favor.
Councillor Bulmer.
In favor.
Oh, my internet's acting up. That's carried. Okay, business arising from the closed session. Any? Oh, notice of motion? Not seeing any. New business? No. All right.
Mr. Mayor, I have a new business.
Okay.
I'd like to suggest that we send a letter under your signature to our member of provincial parliament congratulating him on his win, and that we look forward to working with him in the future on items under his purview.
It's MP, provincial parliament.
Sorry, MP.
MP. Glenn and I were discussing that, and yeah, sorry for not bringing that up, but yeah, that's I don't think we need a motion for that or anything like that, do we, Glenn? We'll just send that.
That's correct, yeah. Just so you know, we had talked about that, and we do plan on sending that in the next day or so.
That's great.
I called him and wished him good luck prior to Monday night, so it was nice to see him be successful. All right, anything else from anybody about announcements? Affirmatory bylaw, please.
The following bylaw be taken as read 3 times and finally passed in open council. Bylaw 2021-049 being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of council for the corporation of the township of Puslinch at its meeting held on the 22nd day of September 2021.
Thank you. Can we have a mover for that, please? Councillor Bailey?
Yep.
John's done enough work.
I'll
Councillor Bulmer?
second it.
All right, thank you. All in favor, Councillor Goyda,
In favor.
Councillor Spoulos,
In favor.
Councillor Bailey,
In favor.
Councillor Bulmer.
In favor.
I didn't miss you, Councillor Goyda, did I? No. Sorry. All right, and adjournment.
The council hereby adjourns at 3:32 p.m.
So
Mover,
moved.
please. Thanks, Councillor Bulmer, seconded by Councillor Goyda. All in favor, Councillor Goyda,
In favor.
Councillor Spoulos,
In favor.
Councillor Bailey,
In favor.
and Councillor Bulmer.
In favor.
And that's carried.
Work, team.
Good work.
Aye.
Thanks for following.
Thanks, everyone.
Get that recording
you.
off, please, Ms. White Fox.